which is good. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Perspectives Podcast. We are your hosts. My name is Littyyy Flacko. This is Holden, Stephan, Roy. Say hi, Holden.
Hi, Holden.
That's my guy right there. It's been 2 years of going with the same fucking joke.
Never gets old.
No.
Never gets old.
No.
Today we are with a California battle rap legend, general battle rap legend, period. Viral battle rapper, motherfucking holder of the Fresh Coast and shit. Veteran of the Fresh Coast. Tantrum. Is there still like an addition? Because like as we were watching, we were telling you before we went live, right? We were airing. We do a pre-show and we like watch people. So like we either watch people's battles or listen to their music, whatever. But like as we were watching like your battles, I noticed like several people were saying it's Tantrum on the mic. Was that because of like your? Because I could have sworn you had Tantrum on the mic as like your Facebook name handle for a while there.
Yeah.
And is it that they just interpreted that as your name, or was it actually Tantrum on the mic since back in the days type shit?
No, I guess. It was just the handle. I mean, yeah, Tantrum on the mic it's just because like I had Tantrum on the mic because Tantrum was already taken at the time. So yeah, I didn't want to just be a generic ass Tantrum 817 or some you know what I mean, like Tantrum 911 or whatever bullshit, you know what I mean? Right. So I just put like a Tantrum on the mic as like because that was like an actual catchphrase that I kind of used in my actual songs back then. So I kind of just made that as the handle. And yes, I understand in 2022 I know that having Mike in your name is corny, but I don't give a fuck y'all. It's like you know how you had those old AIM screen names, and that and that's like if you had to change your screen name, you had to update, you had to like re-add your whole buddy list, and like it's the more people you have on your buddy list, the more like work that you had to do to like updating your screen name. So it was like one of those things where it's like I'll just keep my old corny ass screen name and just keep all these people and not have to update shit. So that's what it was.
I mean, that's not a look, and even then, Tantrum, it's one of those things where like a lot of those like that was just a handle. I think that like everybody knows that Tantrum is just the name and shit. You know what I mean? I love the Hates You, and like the first year that you had Tantrum Hates You, I was like, Tantrum hots you. That was like, right. How do you not see what he did? How do you not see? It's right there, sir. And that happens to me a lot of times with names on Facebook. There was somebody. There's a dude that battled at an event that I got paid to host up in Newburgh, New York, and his name on Facebook is like Super Ill, but it's all one word. So like in my head, his name became Super Ill.
Okay.
It's just like what?
Yeah.
What? like, sir, you are not reading this correctly. Anyway,
yeah. I mean, the only reason I even changed it to that in the first place on Facebook was because you know that time when Facebook like they cracked down on people who didn't have the government.
Right.
Like, they made you have your government, right?
That was a big deal.
Yep.
But I was like, man, fuck you. I ain't putting my government. Fuck you. I'm just like act like this is my real name. So I made the Hates You look like a Japanese name.
Right.
So like look like an actual like last name to them. So that's where that came from.
Which is pretty hilarious, right? Like I think we're gonna get into it, but are you Japanese? No, right?
No, I'm not.
No, exactly. So it's pretty hilarious that you're like, hey, Facebook, you won't know the difference, you racist motherfuckers.
I mean, we're in America. I mean, you can't tell the difference anyway. So what I mean, it is what it
is. Hilarious, yo. All right, so usually we like to start the show off by like introducing how it is that we came together. And so the story, our origin story, before we ask you for your origin story, goes that it was pandemic year. Me, Jess James, Paulie Hustle was doing the Littyyy Bros Volume 1. And I made Jess, who's like producer, engineer, slash rapper, slash like videographer, slash graphic designer, slash like all these slashes and shit. I made him fall back from all the slashes. And I was like, just fucking focus on rapping, my guy. Like, fall the fuck back from doing all those other things. They're just distractions. And with that, I had to find like an engineer to like mix down the album. And I had my eye on the homie Merker Miyagi, the philosopher, homie Homer, Merker Miyagi from Merker Studios up in Montreal, Canada. And Merker, I always say, might as well have been a New Yorker, because like New Yorkers are foul like that, where like they'll work with like 1,000 people in a studio, like an engineer will, but like he will not promote 1,000 people that he works with, because it's like, I don't co-sign this bullshit. The fuck, I'm just getting my fucking cheddar, bitch. Like, I don't co-sign your fucking music. I'm just here recording you with a bunch of sides and shit. And so Merker doesn't ever promote anybody, but he promoted our shit. He promoted it with like some really good flowers, and was like, you know, I've never been like partying in New York and doing drugs, but if I did, like, I would love to do it with the Littyyy Bros. And like Holden over here saw that glowing review of status and was like, wait, what? Merker never posts anything promoting anybody, really. And let alone somebody, you know, like with like such a glowing review. So he went, checked out our music, thought it was pretty cool. Went and did an album review. After he did the album review, I got thirsty because it was like the most in-depth album review I've ever seen. This shit. And I was like, yo, we should do an interview. He was like, I was gonna ask you that, but since you asked first, let's do it. Sure. So then we did an interview, and bro, I felt like I went to therapy, because like all these years doing all this rap shit, I feel like all the interviews were always really fucking basic and generic on some like, you know, when did you fall in love with hip hop questions, or like, you know, would you be on Love and Hip Hop, or like with our shit, you know, what happens with us a lot is that it's battle rap related, and it's like everything in the interview is like, what was up with your last battle? What's up with your next battle? And let's talk about this, you know, beef that's brewing with another battle that could potentially happen type of shit. And it's never about anything personal. And it just like made me be like, yo, this is so trash that like it's been so many years before I got asked about like my actual real life. And so I was just like, yo, Holden, you're a great interviewer. We should do a show together. Let me bring some homies to the table, and let's like, you know what I mean? Sit down and do some interviews together. And here we are, episode, what are we at?
73.
73, 2 years later almost. 2 years almost, right? I think we're like a month away from
it was like December-ish when we started. So it's,
you keep on reminding me of that, and I keep on forgetting. I'm the worst.
that's all right.
But yeah.
Danny confused us in the middle with the logic of 2 years being already, just because we're in the second year, and we had to debate the semantics of that at one point.
Right. Also, though, FYI, like when me and my wife first got together, it took me like a solid 5 years to remember her birthday. And like I made our anniversary like the day that we hooked back up after years, which was like Halloween, which was just like, yo, I'm only doing this because it's a landmark day. So how could I ever forget our anniversary type shit? Right. Because I am horrible at dates and shit. Like, but so anyway, that's our right origin story, and now we're gonna get to yours. Holden has his set of questions he likes to ask, but I like to be a typical New Yorker, cut him off, and ask you to answer a couple other basic questions, which are, why don't you tell the people your name, what you're known as, where you're from, and then where your parents are from.
Okay, so I'm Tantrum. Not Tantrum on the mic, that's just the handle. Just Tantrum. And I'm from Union City, Bay Area. My mom's from Indonesia, my dad's from Malaysia. And they met here in the States. And that's the rest is history.
Word. Beautiful. Yo, the chat is like, by the way, like real quick, just so that you know, like the
Pixie,
chat is going off.
who's giving you love.
Pixie's in the house, and Pixie's like,
0014.
I love Tantrum, he fam.
That's Bots fam right there.
He said, He said, "Hi, Tantrum. Yay. Can he see chat? Give him my love." So he's sending love. Neely is here saying, "You're Tantrum the God.
Yo, it's my boy Neil.
Tantorum
My boy
hates
Neil.
you."
Shouts. Team
You
hate.
split it up. Facts. Team hate.
Team hate over here.
And yeah, Pixie said, "I'm wearing my Battle of the Zay shirt right now too." Wait, you said Pixie is who?
Bots fam.
Bots fam. Word.
Bots from Battle of the Zay.
Okay. Word. Okay, Bots fam. Copy.
Yeah.
Word. Battle of the Zay fam. So like Pixie's like shows up to like Battle of the Zay events, or like it's just like have it. Word. Dope. So like no wonder. Pixie was like
she helped run like the streams for a lot of the bots stuff too, like their podcasts and whatnot. Well, back when the podcast was active.
Copy. So she was like, she was just like, Cali battles are legend, and I was just like, yeah, I mean, New York battles are legend too. You know what I mean? It makes sense. She's from the Bay Area. She's in Cali. Listen. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be a New Yorker at all times and include myself. You know what I mean? Like, hey, wait. We're talking about people being dope. We're there too. We're also dope.
Right.
All right.
To be fair, Flacko will consistently give flowers to the Bay Area as the other place that's not New York that's dope.
Boom. Like
I know that, yeah.
Yeah, all the way. Like Bay Area and H-Town are two. The Bay Area, right, is different than H-Town, because H-Town and New York City are cities, like individual cities. I mean, New York City is big enough. I think that like it could essentially be kind of like the Bay Area type of thing, like the boroughs representing like the individual towns and cities of the Bay Area. But like regardless, the point is that the Bay Area really is not just a city, it's a combination of cities. You know what I'm saying? Which is different than like Houston and New York. But like the Bay Area and Houston are like my two favorite like areas outside of New York City on some like I love the energy that they bring to the culture. And yeah, like I love the Bay. The Bay is like, you know what I'm saying? Holding it down, and I've been a fan. I mean, you know what time it is. You know what I'm saying? Like as we progress through this interview, I'll be able to get like have the floor to give you more than enough flowers. But like you know what time it is. Like you know I've been fucking with you for years. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
And I love the Bay Area, and I've been a fan. You know what I mean? Like I've got a project with Gambit. I fuck with Joe with Lonnie Oceans. Let's address people by the correct name.
Yeah.
Reverse Live. I've been a fan of for what? Like I'm just a general fan of the Bay and everything that gets done out there. So you know what I'm saying. Also big shouts to Q and Frank Stacks, and yeah, man, I got wild love for the Bay. But yeah, I hear like the Cali has the like best battles, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, we got some pretty good battles too in New York. You know what I mean? Right. All right, so Holden, let's get it started. Let's get it cracking.
Right.
Hit him with your best shot.
I'm just waiting for the dishwashing question.
So it all starts off with my girlfriend one time, and she washing the dishes. She got her phone open, and she playing that Black Eyed Peas song. I got a feeling. Ooh. She's vibing, she's dancing, and I look at her, and I had the thought, when in the fuck did this song become chores music? So why? Because if you run that track back to like 2010-ish, middle of the night, just that party anthem, even them high school kids, everybody was vibing, celebration, big moments. And then we run that into the future, to 2022. The song has not changed at all because it's a song, but we as people evolved so much that our relationship with the song has gone from celebration moments to moments when you doing some boring shit like washing dishes or working out or whatever, and you kind of wish you was celebrating. And so you bring your brain back there with the music. And for me, it just got me thinking about how we as people are on these journeys with music. And honestly, like Yeah, sorry about that. My mind blanked for a second. But we on these.
Like, what's happening here?
Yeah, just
what?
stuff.
What? Holden, you've never frozen
Not
on
even
the
one
intro
time.
ever.
Did I catch
Not
you too
even
off
one
guard?
time.
Did I catch you off guard by predicting the question?
A little bit. You threw me off. I was like, this guy knows the question. There's no mystery in this.
Yo, this is almost like a battle rap environment. You know how like battlers were like very like, no, he didn't choke. My presence intimidated him and threw him off. He didn't forget on his own. This is not a thing that happened to him. It was me who did this to him. You know what I mean?
Right.
So this is you did this to him. You know what I mean?
That's what happens, man. I study tape, bro. Like, I did my homework. You know what I'm saying? Always prepared. You know what they say, right? Like, if you fail to prepare, you know what I mean? You're preparing to fail. That shit.
Aren't cliches the best the older that you get? You're like, man,
they make so total sense. Total fucking sense. But yeah, so we had the musical journeys and shit. And it really got me thinking about stuff like the interviews and whatnot. And how, like, nobody really ever starts at the beginning of the story. Everyone always starts when they're like 11 or 12 years old or some shit. And they be out there fucking, talking about, I fell in love with hip-hop at this age. I started writing hip-hop at this point. And it's just always a bit later on in life. And it just got me thinking about how music is one of those things that's just always around us since the very beginning times. Like, there's a good chance when you popped out the hospital and whatnot, there's some song playing in the room and a little baby you was absorbing it like that. It got me thinking like how when I was younger, like 5 years old, up in the apartment in Montreal, like there used to just be these gray boxes all in the living room, that preamp and the amp and the tape deck and the radio with the wires going out to the speakers, making that little ghetto surround sound experience. And my dad would be busting his Led Zeppelin tapes and things of that variety during the daytime, but at nighttime it would shift to the club musics and stuff, right, live from the clubs in Montreal. My mom's was more on them discos and the musicals and them other kind of love song vibes, just completely different ambiances, and all that shit was kind of swirling around me before I had any control over what I listened to in life, but it still impacted me all the way to my growing years to this very day. So I was hoping, Mr. Tantrum, you could run us back to the smallest tantrum you could remember being and let us know what it sounded like to be you in the environment you come from, knowing that most of us do not come from the Bay Area. I didn't even know Union City was a thing until today, to be honest with you.
Yeah, many people don't, right? Like there's only those of us that are from here, that represent here, that kind of gotta put our city on the map, because our city's really small. But to answer your question, hold on, let me look at my notes here.
Man had notes for the question.
Oh yeah,
that's our first.
I can't prepare. You wasn't about to catch me lacking out here, man. Wow. Nah, but listen. Yeah, so
Holden is wild excited right now. He is like, he's like, Holden's jumping out of his seat. He's like, hold up, son. He's like, he's reacting the way like battle rappers, or the way that people in the crowd react to battles. Like, yo, my God, did you hear what he
said? Because I knew, man, I didn't want to come out here and start being asked some questions that are like really unorthodox and I get caught off guard and be hella like, you know what I mean? Look hella stupid out here. But no, I got this list, right? So like, all the songs that my parents would listen to in the car with the radio consisted of a lot of like soft rock and like whatever was popping at the time. So things like Phil Collins, Michael Jackson, Sade, Selena, Stevie Wonder, Billy Joel, Elton John, even Kenny G up in there. You know, I mean, like basically a lot of it was a big like variety.
The pop, or right, like yeah, because those guys ended up being pop versions, right? Like they didn't start, like Kenny G started out technically speaking as a jazz artist, right? But he ended up being
Kenny G had a number one fucking record and shit.
You know what I mean? Because popular music really is just like, oh, this person has transcended their genre. And so like a lot of the rock acts back then were just rock acts. But then now, like you look at them and you call them the pop rock. You know what I mean? Like, right? Like even the Doors, technically speaking, are pop.
Like, because these are all the artists that end up on our Now CDs, right? Like these are the ones that end up on those big compilations that you see on those infomercials. That if you like that song, you're gonna love this. You know what I'm saying? Like all those guys.
That's wild. So he was busting out that in the car, and then at that point in time, were there other vibes? Was there music happening at home? Was there other situations?
Oh yeah, I mean, like I guess because we used to, as kids, right? We watched Disney movies and stuff. So like we had the soundtracks, of course, like the Aladdin soundtrack, Lion King soundtrack. So all that was definitely playing at home.
Word. Shout out to Disney soundtrack. Facts. Like I think that if you grew up anywhere around like 70 something, because like my parents had those, I think before I was born, like those Disney fat, you know what I mean? Like the puffy cassette cover movies, and they like threw me to my little sister's generation. So like I would almost say like 95, like like from like 70 something to like 95, I would imagine, because I was born in 80. But like I would imagine that like if you're born anywhere in that window, like Disney movies were like wild top tier. And we grew up in the middle of like the second, like the renaissance of Disney, right? Like their first great goat movies came out at the beginning with like Snow White, Cinderella, and whatever is the other one. I forget the other. Sleeping Beauty. Those three. And then but really it feels like the resurgence came with like Little Mermaid, Lion King. That was like the real like goats of our era. You know what I'm saying? Right. And we got to have that. And so I feel like all of us kind of like share that in common, like those Disney movies and shit growing up. Unless like you were growing up like fucking, cutting the bottom of 2-liter bottles for like cereal bowls, in which case you probably were like had it way too rough to even care about Disney movies. You know what I mean? Like you were probably homeless.
Fuck.
That was rough.
Yeah. So like when you were younger though, were you like into music yourself, or was it just something like your parents had on around?
I mean, it was kind of something that they had around, but I kind of, when I heard it, there would be stuff that I would pick and choose that I kind of liked over others and stuff like that, or like things that some songs that ended up being catchy that I ended up, when I heard them again somewhere else, I'd be like, oh yeah, I know the song. You know what I mean? Like just songs that I've heard and I've come to appreciate.
But you didn't have like aspirations of being a singer or anything like that when you were little?
Oh no, definitely not.
And and your parents weren't doing the like I'm pretty sure that you're like familiar with like I forgot what Eddie Murphy special that was. If it was I forgot the name of the one. I think it's the one where he's wearing the leather outfit that he does like the skit at the beginning where
it's
Delirious. I think so. Yeah, where he does the skit at the beginning where like the parents are like, so like your parents didn't ever like make you perform like make you get in front of the family and like sing a song or something like that. It wasn't nothing like that happening.
Not singing, but like we took we took piano lessons back when we were kids, but yeah, it wasn't like no, we weren't like singing. We weren't singing we weren't singing Little Teapot or some shit like that. You know what I mean?
No, yeah. But actually, that makes it even iller. Then, hold on. So the story that like you used to be like your parents would like drag you in front of the family, like go play the piano and shit, and like you would play like the latest thing that you learned in school or something like that.
Not as much. I wouldn't say it wasn't like very frequent like that. It was just we just did the lessons and we just they just put us through that, and it wasn't really like put you in front of an audience all the time like that. You know what I mean?
Right. Copy. Okay. Word. So was there a song like when you think of like all those like names that you have rattled out, right? Like, is there a song that sticks out as like the song that like snaps you back to childhood and like the smell of like your parents' crib, the car, or like, you know, wherever, you know, those things that like make you like have those like vivid memories of childhood. Like what is the song that's like does that immediately?
I don't. You know what? I don't think I could. I don't know if I could narrow it down to just one song that does it. I think a lot of songs do that because I just remember a lot of songs from that era that I heard frequently on the radio, and just not even on the radio, but like so many songs I heard in just like the old movies that I watched. You know what I mean?
Right.
And like
Right.
actually like not a lot of I think not a lot of people, not enough people talk about, you know, songs that you hear on soundtracks. And like I'm not
That's
even just
true.
like songs with vocals, but songs like instrumental songs, like the score in the background of when
Right.
the movie's playing, like the Beverly Hills Cop theme. That was like
Facts.
that was a big one with me back in the day. You know what I mean? Every time I hear that,
That
I'm
Right.
like,
shit,
yo,
I have that shit on my
this right here.
Spotify right now, to be honest with you.
Right. The back then there was a lot of like a lot of those shows and movies and stuff like that have like these famous, right, like we can all sing Ghostbusters
Right,
off rip like nothing, you know what I mean? Like I say Ghostbusters and like
right.
you immediately in your head are like you know what I mean? So like, nah, you're absolutely right, and I don't think anybody actually has ever talked about like touched on that like um on the show before, and that's crazy because it really is true. Like that, like as you started saying it, I started thinking to myself like, yo, because I'm very famous for telling people like I don't know white music like that. Like I grew up so enthralled in like hip hop culture because being born in New York City in the middle of this shit being like everything to everybody in the city who's young, right? It's like I didn't like and I had a friend, my best friend, who was like into Offspring, 311, Green Day, all these bands, right? Like when they're coming out, and he had MTV, and he would come over to my crib with like the MTV Video Music Awards, or like with like a cassette tape with like wild videos, and like whenever the rock videos would come on, because like the friendship was like, you know, I'm not gonna fast forward through your shit. I would just leave my own room and go and socialize with my parents
Right.
because that's how like anti all that like stuff I was. But like as you're saying that, I'm also thinking to myself like, damn, it's crazy because it's like, yo, that's the only real rock pop like white music stuff that I did know and I was familiar with is all the movie stuff. So like anything that's in like The Breakfast Club or um any of those that director's movies from back then. So like um Pretty in Pink, I think it was, or Ferris Bueller's Day Off, shit like that. You know what I mean? Like music from those movies are like
Well, the
the
only
only white
reason I know
songs that
Low
I
Rider
know.
is because
You
of
know what I'm saying?
movies. Like you said Ferris Bueller, I was like Low Rider. Like it just popped into my head. I'm like I don't
Oh
even.
yeah. Boom,
Outside of
boom, boom,
movies, there
boom.
was no reason I would know that song.
Yeah, I didn't know none of that shit. Like any all that shit I only knew because of movies. I never even thought about that shit. Like how like even when I profess to be like I don't know anything about like old white music, it's like nah, you know all the shit from the movies, which ends
Facts.
up being like the super popular
The,
Americana shit that everybody like really acknowledges globally. You know what I mean? Like the most important shit globally.
that's facts. So you were like, did you have other hobbies and stuff though when you were young outside of like pianoing?
I guess whatever any regular kid would. I mean, like I was into all the stuff that the regular kids was in, like the video games, comics,
Mm.
whatever, cartoons, Ninja Turtles, of course. Uh,
What was the goat for you? The like what was the video game that was like your fucking favorite shit? What was the comic that was
uh,
like your like that you look back like?
man, there's so many, man. I could list, I could leave, like, man. There's the Super Mario Brothers 3. There's the Ninja Turtles 2. There's I think my favorite one was Super Dodgeball. because I was actually kind of nasty at that, and I would like whoop everybody with that. But yeah, I mean, I can't really recall anything else right now. But like
No,
those
that's
three right now,
solid.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
fair.
solid. It's
Some
always funny though to me how like back in the days, especially like there's always like a game that is like everybody has a game that it's just like, wait, what? You know what I'm saying? Like Super Dodgeball is like, wait, what? You know? Like
Nah, but them
I don't know.
dodgeball games back then was a different experience.
Yeah, I didn't know anybody, but I also fucking sucked at video games, and I notoriously always got like consoles like a generation late. You know what I mean? Like
Well, also
when
I got to point out that it also depends on what era we're talking about. Because if you're talking about straight old Nintendo, then those are the selections that I would give you. But if we're talking like more later, like Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo era, like I would say, like I don't think I was obsessed with any other game more than I was with Street Fighter 2,
Mm.
like the classic Street Fighter 2.
yes, same for me. Like
And the thing is, like as a kid, I wasn't even that good at it either. Like I would still lose a bunch of
I
times, but
suck.
I was just so like obsessed with it for whatever reason.
I never beat
It
it. I
was
never beat the game with Dalsim. Like I was that bad at using Dalsim that like I never I like you know how you
I
how
don't even
you
think a lot of people are that good with Dawson anyway. Like I think the go-tos are usually like Ryu, Ken, Guile, like those guys.
all
yeah.
those guys.
I
No,
Yeah,
but if you want to prove to be a real pro, you beat everybody with Zangief because that guy is hard to play as that guy.
right.
mm,
Also, also,
I just know
right.
that shit was everywhere when I was young. Everybody had that game, and it was like that was back when like video games had like a huge like before the internet really took off, and you would use video games to socialize a bunch. Like, oh, say where you got that game? Let's fucking go. And Street Fighter 2 was huge for that shit.
Nearly's in the comments and said Super Nintendo OG Street Fighter 2 with Capcom code for championship mode. Huh?
Yeah,
Let's
Championship
go.
Edition also because like as a kid, I couldn't beat the game unless it was on easy mode. It wasn't until I was like a lot older, like back in my teenage years, where I actually got good at it.
Right.
Because it's
Yeah,
from watching other people in the arcade, like whooping on other people, and I kind of learned from just watching them do their thing, and
right.
I would kind of
This
like
is what I'm
copy them.
saying. Like I was bad at it, right? Like I owned and I couldn't beat the game because right, that was the thing, right? Like you have the game at home for your Super Nintendo and like you beat the game with every character. I could not beat the game even in easy mode with Sim. Like I just sucked and I was that bad at the game where like I'd get washed regularly by like my friends would come over and wash me. Like I would play at the arcade get washed there. Like I was just bad and shit. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like I definitely needed the cheat codes and shit. Like I was not good. I just was I generally sucked at video games. Again though, it's because I got consoles late. So like I didn't get Nintendo until Super Nintendo came out. And then I
So
didn't get
what's
Super
really important
Nintendo
is that
until
if
Nintendo
Flacco
64
were
came
to
out.
go like toe to toe with you with equal footing, he would have been a much better video game contender. Is the main
I don't doubt
takeaway.
it. I don't doubt it, man. Like he
um,
would probably whoop everybody with Dawson if he did.
so so when did you start to get into music more for yourself and like start to like develop your own taste in it?
Um, it's weird because like I would have phases like during my like young adolescent years. Like it wouldn't even be hip hop. It
Mm,
started off not even being hip hop. It would just be like I said, like instrumental music, like stuff like theme songs. Like I really think theme songs are like a very underrated area of music in general because like back in the day, even when I was a kid actually, me and my brother used to play this CD compilation that had theme songs from Indiana Jones, fucking Superman, uh, all these very iconic songs that you would remember hearing as a kid. You know what I mean? And like we used to just like play that CD on repeat every day, all day. You know what I mean? And that was kind of like my bag for a while. And so during my early adolescence, Mortal Kombat came out, we all know about that theme song. Like that theme song is unrivaled. You know what I
pretty
mean?
hard.
So that was I don't give a fuck what anybody says. That shit still hits hard today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm with
Absolutely.
you. I'm
Absolutely.
with you.
Nah, come on, let's be real. When the reboot came, immediately the first thing in everybody's mind is like, will the set because I think we all can admit that like the effects weren't really good back in the days. So
Of
like
course.
neither
Yeah.
was the story. So like of course they're gonna do better with the effects.
Yeah.
Hopefully they do better with the story, right? But like, will the soundtrack be as good as like the OG soundtrack? And it's like, nah,
Yeah.
didn't touch it.
Well, the thing is, and it's hella funny because I've seen other people, and I think it's probably people from the younger generation trying that they were saying that yeah, man, like I've heard the soundtrack that that people are trying to they were hyping up the old one, and it's like they heard the old soundtrack and they're like, I don't know how anybody could hear this and think this is dope because this is like scratching chalkboard to my ears, and I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're saying, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Is it because it's old techno or something like that? Like
I think
I'm
it's
like,
that, and I think they're just not accustomed to that genre and that mixing, I guess. Where that's kind of like I don't know, man. It's different. It's different from because it's really different from how the new one sounds.
absolutely way different than EDM and even like way different than what was it called? What was the other form of electronic music? Dubstep.
Right.
That got really big, right? Like way different than both of them.
Fair. I think it has a MIDI sound, and people don't know how to handle MIDI sounds. I don't know if it's actually MIDI, M-I-D-I, whatever. MIDI, whatever.
Yeah, MIDI.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that shit's fire. That sounds so good. Honestly, I used to listen to that all the fucking time.
MIDI Bros. That'd be an ill name for like an engineer team and shit.
Yeah.
I tell you this though, you know what? Like, I think you're right, but like, I'm like, fuck 'em, because I'm like, yo, that shit was crack. Like, I love all that old techno, all that old digital, all that old digital music is amazing. Fucking amazing.
Yo,
you know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you this. Do you remember Killer Instinct?
Yeah. That game was hard.
The game. Yeah. Absolutely.
Do you remember the soundtrack?
Nah,
sort of.
I don't.
No, not really.
Oh, man, bro, let me tell you something.
But I bet if you started doing the noises, it would like kick in.
If I don't know, man. Listen,
Tantrum was like, I didn't perform for my family, goddamn it. I'm not performing for you, Holden.
This ain't what I signed up for, all right? This ain't what I signed up for.
You know what I'm saying? Then I ain't never seen nobody freestyling on here or fucking performing, motherfucker. You're not gonna get me to perform all this stuff.
Yeah, unless we all start a group called MIDI Bros, and then we'll all perform it.
Understood.
Together.
No, but I'm gonna hit you with the infomercial little advertisement thing here. That if you like the Mortal Kombat shit, you will definitely love the Killer Instinct soundtrack because like that as a game soundtrack, I don't think there was any game soundtrack that was better than that one at the time.
Word. I'm gonna check it out then because I literally just finished re-listening to South Park soundtrack. The South Park soundtrack with like all that techno stuff from like which is like circa the same era and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All that stuff was super, super. I don't know. I enjoyed the fuck out of all that shit. But I even enjoyed the fuck out of all the like music like that born that before it, right? Like in the 80s, growing up, like in New York, we had on the radio, there was all sorts of like stuff that played that was like clearly digital, like stuff that came out the same family as Planet Rock and the Eurythmics and whoever is the first OG users of like digital music because they were the first ones to use like programming machines, right? Like to like make music and shit, which is like what helped the birth of hip hop and whatnot. But like all that music, wow, crack to me. Like I even like, and a lot of that, right, is like dance music, technically speaking, right? Like it skews to being dance music, and I'm just like, nah, that's what makes it lit. Like, oh, dance music, you know, like of any kind, anywhere, you know, like play me the
Fair.
dance music from any
So
country, and I'm probably gonna be in.
fair. So like, you started getting in with the dance music when you were young, but how old were you when you started to like vibe to it and get into it yourself?
What do you mean? I think. I
Sorry,
mean,
the sound, not the dance music. I got confused with Flacko dance music. You got into the soundtrack music. So,
right.
how old were you about then when you started to like really bump to your own shit?
Um, I mean, I guess it was like around that same time, like that time, around that time that I discovered that. You know what I mean?
So,
Because not long after that, I would somehow get access to like the cassette tape to the Mortal Kombat soundtrack, and like
right,
um, a while after that, when Killer Instinct came out, like it wouldn't even be. It's not even my console because I would always be like that secondhand kid who would always like play other people's consoles, and like I would get into games by getting access to them through other people. So one of my old friends way back in the day got the Killer Instinct game, and with it
right.
came the soundtrack, and I heard the soundtrack through him, and he had
So,
the CD.
it's
Y'all
really
remember
like
CDs,
your
right?
whole
So like,
introduction to music is really like, yo, that video game soundtrack was hard, so
yeah,
I have to bump that
that
shit.
that's literally what it was.
That's wild.
And like
And
yeah.
how does that go on for? Like, is that just like how it is for high school or schooling? Like, yeah, at some
That
point
was
does it
like
evolve into it something else?
back in from elementary to middle school, I guess. And then somewhere along the way, that phase kind of transitioned into hip hop
Mm.
in like
Right.
some I think middle of middle school, something like that, or like early middle school.
Do you know what like triggered the transition into hip hop?
Yeah, what was the usually everybody has a song that's like the rap song that they're like, yo, that was my first rap song I heard that was like
Yeah,
got me open.
so back in whether I think this was probably when I was fifth or sixth grade. My brother, who was 2 years older than me, brought back home a cassette tape from Warren G. Regulate. You remember that? You remember that album, right? So that was like the first album, like rap album I've heard.
Right.
That was that above wait, what did you say? It was
Regulate by
Warren
Warren
G's
G.
regulate.
well, what it was on what soundtrack?
No, that was just his album.
Word on his album. It
Yeah,
was
this.
on I can't remember what sound like I don't remember if it was above the rim
Yeah, it could have
or
been. It could have been above the rim. Yeah.
yeah, I think it might have been the Above the Rim soundtrack that song was on. Um which was an amazing, right? Like touching on what you're, you know what I'm saying? Talking about like the soundtracks of like video games and movies being like this music that like kind of transcends artists' albums sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
Right.
facts. I think, yeah. Well, in a lot of cases, that's how I can. I think because like movies become so like attached to cultural moments, or in video games too, rather than it just being like the album where you just bump the album because you like the artist. But like, yo, the Tony Hawk games did a lot for me when I was younger because those and almost anything that was on the Tony Hawk 1, 2, or 3 soundtrack is something that if I hear today, I just instantly like more, even if I don't fuck with the genre, just because you have those memories of playing Tony Hawk and shit. Like,
Right.
so it just kind of like escalates the whole process of falling in love with a song. Um, but when you start hearing hip hop, does like it come with a desire for you to want to start rapping? Are you in? Because in middle school, a lot of things, especially out in the that part of the world, y'all seem to have a lot of the battle culture that's brewing, and a lot of people rapping in schools and whatnot. So do you have like an exposure to hip hop around you, or is it just kind of like you doing your own thing?
Well, for the first handful of years, I definitely wasn't um a participator. I was definitely more of a spectator, and I wouldn't even say like my exposure to like the actual culture of hip hop didn't even really like hit until more in high school. Because during middle school, it was just things that it was just songs that I heard and like, oh, my brother brought it home. It sounds cool or whatever. Or like I would hear it on the radio and like they would start playing it on on like KMEL and shit like that. And it would just be things that I would hear and I would like, other people would would hear it and like they would like it. They would hype it up and they'd be like, oh yeah, have you heard this so and so? And like, and then they would put me on and then I would be like, yeah, this is cool. And I was kind of like. I would kind of go along with what they like, along with what I heard. So I kind of didn't even really develop my own individual taste until a lot later too. But
Right.
but as far as the actual exposure to the culture and like being around people that rap, that didn't even happen until high school.
Okay. So you're just kind of like bumping music in middle school, doing your thing. Are you involved in sports or anything, or is it just mostly gaming?
Um, no, I mean like I didn't have no, I wasn't never really into sports like that. I mean, I've had my phases where like I would like be I was like decent at like basketball for like half a year, and then I became trash at it again. And like I just wasn't really that really into sports. I mean, the only thing I was really decent at was martial arts because I took taekwondo back in middle school. That was like the only thing I was like half decent at. And
Right.
and even then I had the moves down, the techniques down, and like went through the conditioning, but I didn't even really start like really exploring the depths of that until later too, until like later in my life where I started to really delve into that world and start studying other styles and like looking at other arts, so to speak,
Right.
and like exploring that world. You know what I mean?
So like,
Word.
I guess as high school kicks in, then you start getting now more exposed to actual rappers doing the thing in front of you.
What's that?
As you hit high school, you start getting exposed to like more rappers in your life and just it actually appearing.
Yeah. So like in high school, there was a hip hop club, and like and this is kind of around the era where the backpacker shit was really popping off over here in the Bay Area, at least as far as that I was aware of.
Right.
So yeah, there would be like MCs like throughout my high school, and like there would like be people like rapping and ciphering, and like I would kind of just catch the ciphers here and there, and it's like yeah, this was kind of around the time where I kind of started getting into actually being a participator instead of just being a spectator.
Right. So what made you decide to start rapping or participating?
Um, it was just kind of like the thing to do. I mean, like it was like it was well first like the first time me that I even tried it was like me and like a and me and my clique of homies were like we were just in my friend's room just messing around and like we just started battling each other just started to try freestyling like it not even to a beat either. It was like to acapella and like obviously it was fucking garbage like hot dog water trash like trash tier bullshit and one of my homies who kind of introduced us to the whole thing like he was just like he whooped all of us like no joke like no bullshit and the thing is like it wasn't even that like he was even that good at the time like he was just like a little bit less trash than the rest of us so
Right,
like
right, right.
so it was just kind of that it
Right.
started off with just us messing around. That's what it started off as. And like it wasn't till later that I kind of just like just I think let me try to see if I recall this correctly. I think somewhere along the way I kind of just like this is kind of fun. Like this is kind of like this is like not only was it fun but I was kind of enthralled with the culture in general, because you see around like you remember the era where they would have LL Cool J got his own show and stuff, and like the Fresh Prince was really popping off, and like Moesha and
Yeah,
all that, right? Like so you see
absolutely.
all of it around, and it was like the cool thing, right? So like of
Right.
course you wanted to try to get involved with the cool thing, and if you happen to have fun with it, then that's the bonus, right? Um,
Right.
so um, and then from there, I kind of just started getting more and more involved with it gradually. And yeah, it wasn't even until later that because the thing is like I started off like freestyling, right? And like and the thing is like I kind of got in a little bit later than the rest of the MCs at the school. So like everybody else at the school, like they had already been kind of more experienced in freestyling and like ciphering and battling. And that at the time in the very beginning, that was what was missing out of my repertoire. Like I'll be able to I'll get to a point. I got to a point where I was able to freestyle pretty good, right? Where like I was able to like start using like double and triple syllables and shit, right? And um but the thing is I didn't like every time I was stepping a cipher and then people just started battling each other. And I'd be like the odd man, like, oh shit, like I don't have weapons. You know what I'm saying? Like all these people have weaponized their words, and I've yet to weaponize mine, and like I was just getting fucking rocked. You know what I mean? I was just there. I was like, look, man, I'm just trying to rap, bro. I'm not trying to fucking battle. And for a while, I was like, yo, man, I'm not a battle rapper, yada yada yada. You know how those people are. Like, yo, they be trying to be like, yo, I don't battle, but yo, a lot of times that's just cope. It's like, dude,
Right.
if you're around people that battle, like you better fucking, you know what I mean? You better learn some shit. So that's what it came down to for me. But like I was like, yo, it got to a point where I started thinking of like battle rhymes, like or like shit that I could respond to other people with if they were to like say this or say that or whatever, right? Like it's just instinctually, like I was just like started thinking of those lines, and then it kind of transitioned into me developing myself into like, okay, now I'm able to weaponize my words, and like if I were to jump in a cipher and like people start freestyling or whatever, like now I'll be able to like at least like hold my own. You know what I mean?
Right. Somebody starts talking shit, I'm gonna be able to destroy them. I have the tools.
Ideally yes, but like I was still in that phase where I was still trash as fuck, so I wouldn't destroy
Right.
anybody. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, you in your
You're
head
on the way.
were thinking you were like I'm gonna win. You know, like
Yeah, it was still that stage where like in the very beginning of an anime, that when the protagonist is just started getting on this journey, like that was it.
word,
You know what I mean? I put on my bootstraps and I stepped outside the house, and that was all it. That was it. That was all I done so far.
right.
So
I imagine I'm imagining it like vividly, perfectly. You know what I'm saying? Like the the close up of the boot being strapped and shit.
Yeah, put on my headband and shit, like on some Rambo
You know what
shit.
I'm saying? Mm-hmm.
So were you like also interested in like writing songs or anything at that point, or was it more just being in the cipher vibes?
Yeah. I also did explore like writing songs too. Obviously back then we weren't we us as kids we didn't have access to actual beats and instrumentals, right? Like so like I would write lyrics literally to songs that were already made, already had vocals on them, shit like that. And that's how it started off. So like every time I would like I would write whatever, three verses and a hook, whatever, and I would, if I would show them to somebody, I'd be like, oh yeah, by the way, so this song I wrote to this beat by this artist, this song, right? And this other thing I wrote here, like I wrote this to this song. You know what I'm saying? It would be like that. It wouldn't be like I didn't have my own beats or anything. So that's the only thing I could do.
So to just be like, imagine the beat and read the poetry, put the two together. Let's go.
Yeah. So like when I would recite it out loud to like other people, like I would basically just be rapping my verse over the song, which already had vocals on it. So it's like I basically had to like kind of turn the volume down on the song while I rapped it. So I was like just don't pay attention to the song. Just listen to what I'm saying right now.
Right.
That's a vibe still.
I know the vibes. I used to do the same thing. I used to have to rap over the music videos and shit. Like,
Yeah.
But it gives you, because now you have to compete with that shit, which means you have to be actually entertaining to beat out a studio recorded song that you are literally rapping over. It's probably some good anime training, is all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely had the ankle weights on.
So like, at what point does it like evolve for you, where it kind of goes from being like you're rapping with the peeps, to like you're actually deciding I'm gonna pursue becoming a battle rapper or music? I don't know which one started first.
Right. So the thing is, back then we couldn't. I mean, like battling and entering battles was like a kind of an extra thing on the side. But we of course we didn't really look at it as like a career path, right? But no one back then would look at battle rap and be like, oh, I'm gonna make this my job on 9 to 5, unless you were
That's
Disaster,
not.
right? Because Disaster was literally the only guy that did that. But like everybody else, um like didn't like we didn't think of battle rap like that. So like we were just looking at it as like, yeah, battle rap was just part of your repertoire. Like if you were gonna be a rapper and like you got to be able to freestyle, make songs, and battle. You got to be able to do all that shit, right?
Right.
So that was just basically part of it. So pursuing rapping, like actually taking it more seriously, like I started taking it more seriously during like the college my college years, probably my somewhere between my first and second year of college. Like I think yeah, my early second year of college was when I recorded my first song with like a crew of rappers that I met over in UC Santa Cruz, which is where I went to school. And yeah, from there we kind of just recorded, just started recording a bunch of stuff.
Where were you recording it at? Like, where did you have like your own gear? Or did you find studios? How did that like
No,
start?
so one of my boys did a bunch of research and like he basically got a home setup. Like so he got his own mic stand, mixer, connected it to his like ghetto ass computer that would like crash every other day. And like yeah, we just worked with what we had, you know what I mean? And like he was able to get like a cracked version of Cubase VST for the I don't know
Right.
if y'all are familiar with that, but that's one of the like that's like an engineering software or like something that you record with, kind of like an Acid Pro or whatever. It's like one of those things.
Or Acid Pro, I'm familiar with.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
one of
Or
those.
Pro Tools or one of them.
So my boy like set up his home setup in his apartment that was like close to the campus, but it was off campus, and we just did everything in there.
Hmm. That makes total sense, and that's pretty dope that you had somebody that was willing to do that kind of research back in the daytimes and have that ready to go, and that you
Yeah,
guys took advantage of it. How are y'all making beats? Was he like producing them, or was it like y'all were getting them from other places?
yeah. It was basically the guy that's the homie that I'm talking about, Rim. He was the one who taught himself to make beats, and just started from there. You know, he just did his homework, man. He just did his research. He just figured it out, and he made the beats, and we just rapped over them.
And you,
I mean, because there wasn't like, I mean, we didn't really have any resources to like get any training from, right? I mean, there wasn't any place where we could just like go learn make beats from, you know. So
right.
it was kind of just one of
Right.
those things where we just kind of had to figure it out ourselves on our own.
Yeah, there still was no YouTube to like be like,
Yeah,
yo,
exactly.
how to,
Yeah,
like there was,
Nah, it was the
it
old
was
forum days. We had to ask questions with text and words and hope
right,
that people understood you.
right.
yeah, but we weren't on the forums like that, and like I don't think even they were
Mm.
even aware that there were even forums. So like everything was
Yeah,
just like had to figure out, even down to like me even figuring out how to rap, like in figuring out how to battle. Like I had to like kind of seek out the like MC Juice versus Supernat MP3. You know what I mean?
Right.
Not even video. That shit was MP3. You know, I kind of just ran back the audio like 100 million times and just analyzed the fuck out of it. And I kind of just figured everything out by just you know by just analyzing it.
I
right.
mean, that makes total sense. So you're like studying the game and basically teaching yourself how to rap via the content that you have access to, or did you like go to events and start like, meeting people
It was mostly just me, just fucking the, the first thing that you said, just
with the content?
seeking out whatever content that I could from the internet and just like running it, analyzing it inside my room, just basically being on being on my Ryu up in the mountains shit, and just training myself, just
Right.
like you know what I mean, getting myself conditioned.
Mm-hmm.
So how long does that
Because thing is like my immediate group of friends at the time,
right.
like back in high school, my immediate group of friends, they weren't really into rap too much. I mean, like some of them freestyled with us here and there, but like they weren't like really like serious about it. Like they weren't really
Right.
like trying to learn how to battle or learn how to do everything right. So like I was kind of one of the only ones that really kind of like took the due diligence to kind of go out and seek the shit for myself. So
Right.
I didn't have anybody to really like compare notes with like that. And like it wasn't until college where like I actually found a group of people that were actually willing to like get in the mud with me.
Right. Did y'all like make a group?
Yeah, so we were like it was fucking crazy, man. It was like 10 of us. And like we were like the Asian Wu-Tang, like numbers wise, not skill wise. But like
Mm-hmm.
there was like 10 of us and we were just like fucking hella deep for like
Asian. By the way, like Asian Wu Tang sounds crazy.
yeah, it's
That's
crazy, right? Because
hilarious,
it's crazy
right?
because the Wu Tang Clan is Asian, like they're originally the original Wu Tang Clan, right?
The
Like
original Wu Tang
the
Clan is
movie Wu Tang, yeah,
Asian. It's Asian.
the
Yeah,
movie,
yeah.
right? So like,
That'd be like being like the black Harlem Globetrotters. It'd
right,
be like, wait, what?
yeah,
What happened?
the Black Panthers, right? So like,
Right, right, right.
so
Nah, but go ahead.
no, go ahead. What were you about to say?
The you were talking about your crew being that big and not on the skill level of them, right? That's what
But you rolled
Obviously,
like
yeah,
saying,
10
right?
deep
Right.
and
yeah. We
coordinated.
rolled 10 deep and like the thing is like everybody kind of because the thing is when you go to college, right? Like you're meeting people from all sorts of from everywhere, from all sorts of walks of life and different places and
Mm-hmm.
whatever. So like it's not like you're meeting people from your own hometown, right? Like you're meeting
Right.
people from like
You're getting away from home. Like
yeah,
that's the thing
you're meeting
about
people
college
from
is
this
you
region,
get.
that region. So like
Right.
our group as a whole, like we were a very mixed bag. We weren't very I mean, don't get me wrong, like rapping with them was fun as hell. That was like one of the best periods of my life. But like as a group, objectively speaking, like we weren't cohesive at all. I mean, like everybody had their own style. Everybody brought something different to the table. I mean, so it's kind of like a catch-22. So everybody brought something different to the table, but everybody kind of had they came from their own different walks of life. They kind of have their own different views on like
Mm.
you know and styles and
Right.
whatever.
There was like a little bit it wasn't the cohesiveness of what like again, right, with the Wu Tang comparison, right? Like
Yeah,
it wouldn't be the cohesiveness of Wu Tang and
Nah.
that like where they're each bringing individual styles, but within that style is like a of all group mentality of like, yeah, you know what I mean, smoking blunts and watching kung fu flicks and
yeah.
like and selling drugs and like beating motherfuckers up and like this content that's like we're all for one for all with this like theme of like who we are and are like what our content is versus like it sounds like you guys might have been like, hey, one guy was like maybe a little like super conscious maybe and like
Yeah,
another
yeah,
guy was like super like hardcore or
Yo,
something
I'm
like
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Then
picturing
another
like the
guy's like,
guy
nah,
coming
this
in
That's
shit.
exactly
talking
what it
about
was.
the
And
shoddy, and then the
then
next guy's
a
coming
shot
in with like the
hodgepodge,
nerdcore
right?
rhymes, like on the
Right,
next, like,
right,
and
right,
you're just
right.
like,
That's what
hold
I'm
on,
imagining when you say
hold
that.
on.
So like in a way that's kind of what also kind of what made it fun for me because like so many of us kind of had such different approaches. So like the majority of them were kind of like on the conscious backpacky tip, and I was kind of
Hmm.
like that I was kind of like that the battle guy, right? I was kind of like
Right.
Mm.
that the punchline battle guy,
Hmm.
Right.
and like yeah, so like yeah, so even with that being said, everybody kind of had their own individual style. So like so depending on how you look at it, I mean that could be detriment or benefit. Just because like everybody just has something different to bring to the table.
Right. I'm
Right.
sure it was a blessed experience.
Right. And I'm pretty sure like for like college, it's like it's not like though Wu Tang was essentially college age, right, guys, shit like that, or like uh post college, I guess, for some of them. Um, uh, really, like you kind of needed the guidance of RZA and Jizza, or else Wu Tang wouldn't be Wu Tang. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
without like Jizza being kind of like this, like, hey, I actually got signed before and was like on the cusp of blowing up, and I have the experience of being in the industry, along with I have this like more mature mentality than most of the guys, and I'm more, like thinking about things and planning things out and knowing. And then RZA being like the guy with like, yo, I have the talent of a sound that we're all
Right.
gonna have. You know what I'm saying? Like then Wu Tang's not Wu Tang, so it's just like all those other things that is like great is like it'll never actually work. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not meant to work. Like if there's no like one person steering the ship and like the other person like co-piloting with them, and then the group like forming like Voltron behind them.
Right.
Forming like Voltron is like a recurring theme on this show too. I'm starting to notice that. It's because of me, strictly.
Right.
I clearly
Also,
love
it might
Voltron.
be like a relationship between Wu Tang coming up and then forming like Voltron coming up not long after, because that's usually what happens
That's
for
a
me.
Wu Tang thing as well.
Yeah.
Facts.
Right.
So did y'all perform and do like shows and
Oh
like
yeah,
run it like
definitely. So
that?
like definitely. So there would be a lot of events around campus that the student organizations would throw, and we would do like a bunch of those, and we'd also do events done like thrown by student organizations on other college campuses also, and like mixed in with there is also some other separate local shows like from all around the city and all around the Bay Area,
Oh,
and
that's dope.
some over in SoCal too,
Right.
Southern
Word.
California.
So
So
y'all was
like
just
so yeah, we had a run, man. Like we were there was a period where we were doing shows damn near every weekend, if not every weekend. Like
right.
Wait,
it was popping.
did you mention already like if like because you said that you went away for college, um, or right, that you went away and that's like getting to know people from other areas and not just your neighborhood. But you did stay kind of in the local area, it sounds like. No?
Well, Santa Cruz was at least an hour to an hour and a half away from where my
Right.
hometown was at. So
Copy.
during the majority of my time in college, um I didn't really I wasn't really in the Bay Area scene. I wasn't with the all those battles that were happening in like Oakland and like the main cities in the Bay Area. I wasn't part of that
Right.
until
Copy.
until after I
Later on.
graduated, right?
Right.
Like
Right. Okay,
So you,
but so I'm trying to establish. All right, so you moved to about an hour away for like, which I can understand as like as a New Yorker. Like with New Yorkers, there's like my wife. She moved. She went up to Syracuse for college, which is like about 3 hours away. But still in New York State. So it's like you still have the good thing of like being able to like go home, or like having like familiarity with the essential area, growing up and whatnot. Right. So y'all performed around the Bay Area. That that means that
well
you guys
like we performed like various places like yeah, some were around the Bay Area and some were like Southern California, but
I feel like he was bigger
definitely a
than
lot
just
of
the
them.
Bay Area. He was on a run, like one of them Cali runs.
But yeah, I mean definitely some of them were like in I could like name off cities that you probably wouldn't recognize. I mean like we went to UC Davis, we went to San Luis Obispo, we went to we went to a whole bunch of like there was like a range of places. You know what I mean?
copy.
But definitely the majority of our shows were around on campus and like on other campuses.
The school
But it
circuit.
sounds
It's
like you
pretty
guys were
powerful.
you. It sounds like you were building and getting your resume up at that point.
Oh
Like
yeah, definitely.
you were putting like stripes on your uniform and shit.
Yeah, it was like to the point where like by the time I graduated college, I was really very experienced as a performer, right? Because like I've already gone through the process so many times. Like just the whole process of like you and your crew just getting ready to roll out, going to the show, mic check, doing the mic check, and then like doing the doing like the pre-show like prep, like just, you know, getting in a zone, right, and like going on stage, doing your thing, and then afterwards like and like you know, going through the good shows and the bad shows. You know what I mean? Sometimes you know, like and also the process of the whole traveling thing, right? Going to going to an away game and basically shacking up at like somebody's place, like where you and like 8 other people are like all sleeping in the living room, like all
Right.
on your sleeping bag, or somebody will just get a blanket and just go on the floor and a pillow, and that's it. You know, like, you know,
Yep.
just basically like all the bullshit that you wouldn't imagine doing now, right? Like
Right.
we
Right.
did all that back in the day.
Super not doing that.
Not gonna happen now.
Just living off of Burger King and top ramen noodles, right? Like stupid,
Right.
you know, stuff that you could only get away with it like in your early 20s.
Yes,
Facts.
absolutely.
Without dying,
Facts.
right? So
Right. Without dying and without also like looking like crazy out here. You know what I mean?
looking like a meth head or something like that.
Right. I think once you reach a certain age, it's like people are like, get your shit together.
You need to hydrate or something, bro. Like you need
like,
to.
You should be putting more of your money into healthier food.
Yeah, exactly.
Work.
But yeah.
All right. So college, and is this how, like, you would say, like, you? So this is like where you really feel like you were getting into this shit seriously, more so than before, right? Like before it sounded like kind of just like, you know, learning
before
shit.
It was definitely more of a hobby and more of like a kind of messing around, having fun with it. But in college, it was definitely like taken more seriously. Also, like part of that is also just me being around a crew of people that were kind of on that same wave, right? Because like that makes all the difference. That makes all the difference when you're
Super.
like when you're around people that are like doing the same thing, like in the trenches with you, and like actually doing it with you, like you know what I mean? That makes all the difference.
I could empathize when you were saying that, like me as well. Like when I was in high school, like all my my group of friends were not. They were not like, they had zero rap aspirations. They gave zero like outside of like enjoying rap music, you know, like they weren't like writing rhymes or anything like that. Like I was the only one that was like writing rhymes. And then it was after high school in essentially my college years, even though I didn't go to college, right? But like my college years, my first group of big friends that like everybody rhymed was like, that's when things get like, oh, shit is serious. Like you were saying, like as like the anime, right? Like when you're in high school, you're like strapping your boots up, and then like when you're there and like in your college years, that's when like you're like the montage of like fighting, losing, winning some, losing some, you know.
Right.
It's the montage. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And basically just leveling up.
Leveling up, exactly.
And so you guys run that.
Getting the XP.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you like run that through college, and then basically college ends, and that's kind of what ends that, or do y'all keep going past college?
All right, so I also need to add this detail where like throughout the years, because like when we first started doing it, like during like this, I think my second year of college, that's when we were like 10 deep, right?
Right.
And then during when I started going to my third, fourth, and fifth year of college, like I had a fifth year by the way because I changed my major and like I had to stay an extra year.
Right.
So during my third, fourth, and fifth years, when like the numbers started dwindling in our crew, because like you know, it got to a point where like some of the members they had to actually take their major seriously, so like they had academic responsibilities, you know, because not everybody was like looking at rap as the future, right? Because we were doing it because we enjoyed it and like we were able to do it. We had access to the shows or whatever, but like of course, obviously, not everybody was looking at like as like, oh yeah, this is what I'm gonna do for my future for sure. Because like everybody's in college is to get an education for something, right? Like they need to get a degree. So like so that's why like some of the members started like not participating anymore because they had to focus on finishing their degree. So yeah, so like they're my third and fourth year, like the numbers went down, and by the fifth year, there was only like five of us, right? So
Hold on, that's still pretty cool that you had 5 people make it that many years in college. That's still an
yeah,
accomplishment.
but and then and then post college, it was even less than that. It was only like 3 of us, and um so like
Shouts to that though. Or like again, like what Holden's saying, like that is still like yo, there was, and then
Man.
there were 3. But
It's
that's
like
still super
Survivor or
like
like a
yo
game show or something that played out through your
to
rap
yeah,
group.
to like real quick, I just had a friend pass away that is like one of my OGs that taught me to freestyle. And he was a part of that was my first crew that I was a part of. I was the youngin in the crew, and like when we had just caught up like a few months ago, and when we were talking, like he was like talking shit to me, like you were supposed to keep the group going, and I'm like, motherfucker, no, I was by myself. There's no
right,
group no more. You motherfuckers all left me. You became
right,
grown ass men before me, and you had responsibility. So like there was no, so like I can't empathize with like, and then there were 3. It was like there was a group and then there was one. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I was by myself and I was out here and shit. Like there was no group to like hold it down with me. You know what I'm saying? So like the fact that you still like if there would have been 2 more, the group name would have kept going. You know what I'm saying? But there were
right,
no 2 more. I was by myself, so it was just like, well, just by myself, you know, like
right.
But
so like it's cool that you had and then there were 3 moments. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
did y'all keep
and
that
and,
So
alive
and we were
still?
like, what's up?
Y'all kept that alive?
Well, we did for a few years post college, and then after that, like
Bro,
even like
years? That's incredible. Nah, I'm
just for a few
sorry.
years,
That's
yeah.
like a huge fucking accomplishment.
that is for young people like super huge accomplishment. Years,
Especially when
bro.
70% of the squad is no longer there and y'all are like, nah, we like the fucking ones. Let's go. And then years? My gosh, dude. Most of us ain't doing shit at that point of life.
I mean,
Y'all were
they were
motivated,
short-lived years, but yeah, yeah,
right?
because
But
like
still,
because just like what Flacco was saying, like it was yeah, and then there were 3, and then it came down to, and then there were 2, and then yeah, and then
there was just the one.
and then, yeah, and then life starts lifing. I mean,
Right.
Life starts life, and
So, and
because like it after because after like our third member like had to deal with his life stuff and like get his life in order. I mean, his life started. Like it came down to me and my boy Rem, who's like who I said was the producer who was the one who learned to make beats and like produce for us. And like it just came down to me and him, and like he and like which by the way, like he like I don't know many people who like was a master of the craft like he was, just to put in the work of like doing the research and figuring all the shit out that he figured out. Because like he even taught me like just like some simple tricks with like engineering and shit like that. Like I wouldn't say like I'm like Merc or Miyagi's level by any means, but like I know how to like clean up a track to like a good enough
right.
decent level to where like you could like at least pass it off to somebody else to like really master it and like really like mix it heavy, right? So like I learned like some of the tricks from him even, and like yeah and then after and like me and him like we kind of like we were like did our duo thing until like probably like the 2011s to like mid to I mean somewhere around that area.
Right.
But
word.
yeah,
Shouts to, by the way, shouts to Rem, shouts to producers because they usually do tend to be the ones that stick around because they're, you know what I mean, like
yeah.
it, they're
And plus,
more
I mean, they're
invested,
the
I think.
backbone. They're the backbone of everything. I mean, like
Right.
without the beats, you ain't got nothing. What you gonna do? Just rap a cappella like the whole time? Like, nah, you need people to make you beats, right?
Facts. That's super facts.
And so, in the middle of all this, is there any battling going on?
Yeah.
Are you like hitting any circuits? Are you like hitting any like particular events? Is there like any like battles along this journey, like
Okay,
musically
yeah.
that like
I feel like I had to detail this separately because like yeah, the battling journey is like it was part of the rapping journey, but it was kind of its own separate lane also because like out of the whole crew, I was the battle guy, right? So I was like the one that was like the guy battling at battle events because like I said, like the rest of them were kind of more on a conscious tip, so they weren't really like battling like that. Um, like with the exception of one of my other homies who was in there, who was like who he had like he did like one battle event I think, and then he ended up winning, which is cool. But like that was it. That was like the only exception. But I was like the guy that would like I would well first of all the very first official battle event I did was on campus during my second year, and I ended up just only making it to the semifinals. But
Right.
however, every student organized battle after that on campus, I ended up winning for the rest of my college career. Like
what
I just clean house every time.
what
I pretty much like kind of like I guess I kind of just figured out the code for that region or that pocket.
that moment?
That
Yeah, that
yeah.
like being at school, the crowd of like yo knowing like yo the
Because
like
I kind of became that person, right? That guy on campus. Like people kind of knew me as, oh yeah, you're that guy that wins all the battles on campus, right? Like I kind of became known as that guy.
Right.
But with that being said, of course, I mean, like when it came to battles outside of that bubble, I gotta reiterate that this is a bubble because like outside of the
mm-hmm.
campus, like there was a whole level of competition outside, like in like everywhere else in the world that I still was yet to be familiarized by,
Right.
which I would then, have I would then have done like after I graduated, because when I was going to college, like I didn't have my own car, right? So like most of the battles I did were on campus or like local in the city of Santa Cruz. So I didn't start venturing out into like all the other areas of California until like mostly after I graduated, where I had my own whip and I had my own transportation. I was able to drive myself everywhere, and
Right.
in that period of my life, I had my wins and losses. You know what I mean? It wasn't all consistent wins.
Right, story building.
Right.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So you were
Mm-hmm.
just like
That's what it's supposed to be.
ingratiating into the Bay Area scene at that point, or?
Yeah. So the thing is, after I graduated, um, hold on, let me check my notes real quick. Hold on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Mm-hmm.
that's some high school shit right there.
yeah, after I graduated, I was that's when I was able to hit up all the local Bay battles or whatever. In the first time, so y'all know about Tourette's Without Regrets, right?
I
Right.
no,
That's
I do
that,
Yeah.
not.
that that's the battle. That's the freestyle battle platform here, where like to this day they have freestyle battles every first Thursday of every month,
That's
which
hard.
is which is actually. But let me reiterate that the battles were actually just part of an overall show that they put on because it's a variety show that they put on, which is like it has Def Jam. Yeah, I mean not Def Jam. It has what do you call it? Poetry, or like what the hell do you call it, man? Spoken word
Spoken word.
poetry.
Yeah.
Has
Spoken word.
has musical acts. It has like burlesque dancing. It has a whole bunch of different stuff, like a variety show. And the battle rap tournament is only a part of the show.
Right.
So that's I wanted to make that clear. But with that being said, a lot of legends you guys know were born from from the Tourette's battles, like the Thesauruses, the Lust Ones, the D-Lords, Kodiaks, all them guys, all came from there, or not like not that say they originated it, but they got there. That was like their stomping grounds, and that's where they became like kind of where they became big, right? So that kind of became my stomping grounds, and like so I even told my boy like right when I was like graduating, I was like, look. after I graduate now, I'm gonna really start like putting the pedal to the metal on this battle shit, right? And so like not long after I graduated, um, the first within a few months, there was like the Skribbal Jam was doing their regional prelims, and like they had a preliminary battle in the Bay Area, which I ended up winning. And so, and if you win that, then you get to go to the main battle in Cincinnati. So Kevin Beecham, I don't know if you know the host. Like so he basically told me the details, and I was what do you call it? Yeah, I was so after that, like he gave me the official invite to the Cincinnati, Ohio, official Skrill Jam tournament, which I ended up going to, and that's where that's where all the big guys, what I mean, ended up going. And like I said, like the sources, the awkwards, like all those guys, like they were there, and I just like it was a surreal experience, just like being around a lot of these people who like I for most of them my only exposure to them was through online, like the internet footage, right? So like it's like, damn man, this is crazy. Like these people that I'm like I looked up to are like here now, right? And it's like, so the thing is, going into there, because you know how I like to be prepared. Like I kind of already knew, I did my research, and I knew that going in, the Scribble crowd is like they're a type of crowd where you have to make a good first impression. Otherwise, like you might just be fucked, right? So like I knew that I needed to make a good first impression. And so the thing with me is like I don't like I know it's my first time being a Scribble, but like I just as long as I have a good first battle, a good first round or whatever, like everything should be like cool from here, right? And so the thing is like so there was this guy Mox who's a battle rapper who he had so the thing is Skribbal Jam when in the tournament in Cincinnati, they also have their own prelims the night before because it's a 2-day event. So
Right.
on the first day they have their own prelim, they have their own prelim battle to, and whoever like is the top competitors in there get to go to the main battle on day two, where all the other winners from all the other regional prelims were going to battle. So Mox, this guy from Hawaii, who was he was killing it during that whole during the whole day one. Like he went to day one, and like he was like one of the top contenders. He might have won actually, if I remember correctly, but like he won I think he won the prelim from day one, so he got to go to day two. So going into it, like he already had kind of the momentum behind him, but like because people kind of knew him from day one. It's like, yeah, this guy has promise. He's like, what I mean? He's like one of them guys that showed a lot of potential or whatever. So the thing is, like on day two, where my first round, like they were setting up our MCs and like the brackets or whatever, and my first round ended up being against Mox. And the thing is, Mox happened to be an overweight rapper. You know what I mean? And in my mind, I was like, yo, this kind of a godsend because fat jokes is like my forte. So at that time, with that being said, yeah, me and Mox damn near I think probably had battle of the night. Just that first round, like and then like I ended up like having like a good first impression on the crowd. Like I ended up dropping like I dropped the line like toward the end of my second round against him. I was like, I don't mean to disrespect. I mean, I would chin check you, but I don't know which chin to check. And like everybody, and like that damn near like if you see the footage of that, like you see like the people like the crowd like just go fucking wild, just go nuts. That might have been the line that got the biggest reaction of that whole night. And like
Right.
so like when I had that in the bag, I was like cool. I made a good first impression, and then from there it was like that was like my first big, I guess, debut to the world, like my big debut to the world. And that's when and just from there, I got props from like Ilmac and like all them cats that were like the big guys that are just like, damn man, who's this guy that kind of came out of nowhere, right?
Right.
But yeah, shouts to Mox though, because that was a good back and forth. You know what I mean? Like it could have, you know, if I didn't deliver, he could have fucking steamrolled me.
Right.
But
Right.
yeah, and from
Yeah.
there,
I usually take like, you know, when somebody like kicks ass against you and they beat you, it's like, yo, it's kind of a compliment as well as like a disrespect, because it's like it's the disrespect of the loss, right? But it's like a super compliment because they're like, yo, I tried. You know what I'm saying? Like when you won, it's because you tried. And if you
right,
tried, it was because like I respect you. So that's why I tried. You know what I'm saying? Like so like
right,
you had, you know, motivation because you saw how he was doing and like him kicking ass, and he was just like, nah, I ain't going out like that. So you tried. You know what I'm saying? And in that effort is like success.
right. And not for nothing, man. It was a war, man. I'm not trying to say that I like body bagged him or anything like that. It was a war. You know what I'm saying? It was a good battle. It was a good back and forth.
Right.
So like I was really glad that about that because like I know a lot of us are like, oh, our egos were like are like, oh yeah, I want to just body everybody and have it be one sided all the time. But it's like, dude, like I don't think people realize that if it's a war, like a good back and forth, that has more replay value. You know what I'm
Way
saying?
more.
So like
Absolutely.
you want it to be a war. Like you don't want it to be one sided
Mm-hmm.
all the time. And like you know what I mean? I feel like people that only want things to be one sided are pretty short sighted
Right.
Mm-hmm.
about shit like that.
Yeah, nah, definitely not my favorite type of battle. Like the best battles are dog
Well,
fights,
like
man.
as like
Yeah,
a
Like
person
when it's
watching, you kind of wanna watch people put on a show and shit. Like you know, like yeah, it's kind of fun to watch a guy like steamroll someone here and there, but yeah, I don't know. You want to be
I
going
mean,
back and like having
listen, when you're
conflicted
live,
opinions about it.
right, when you're live at an event, let me tell you something. Like somebody getting steamrolled is like we all enjoy the fuck out of it. You know what I'm saying? But like if you ask me like what like my favorite battles are, they're always all like super evenly matched battles because that's like the most entertaining shit. When like round by round, you're like, oh my god, I can't count. You know what I mean? Like I can't say who's winning. Like I feel like at the end of everybody's round, they have the leg up. You know, and that's how you want to feel. That I think are the most. Those are the I believe the most entertaining battles for me.
definitely,
Right?
definitely.
So yeah, did you win the battle?
Yeah.
Oh,
He
you mean
said.
the whole tournament?
Yeah, like how
Oh,
far did you?
Oh
I
no
mean, like,
no.
well, how far did you go?
So I got to I think I got to the quarterfinals. The Source ended up winning that. That was in 2006.
Mm,
So the Source beat Tut in the finals for that year.
that's
word. So
cool.
you got to the quarterfinals though.
Yeah, for my first year. But like I said, man, like it was like a really for a while it was a really win loss journey for me, man. Because like in '07, the year after, I went to Skribbal Jam again, and I ended up getting knocked out in the first round because I was just like not in the right headspace. I wasn't in the right mind state for it. Right? I mean, because the thing is I had for a good while, I had the wrong mentality about battle rap. I was kind of like that guy that would be like, I would just go into a battle like, oh man, I'll just see how it goes, right? I'll just and that was kind of coping because it was a way for me to kind of set low expectations for myself and like to not expect the best all the time, right? And that was kind of
Right.
like but the thing is that was the wrong approach because like it's never right for you to just like set low expectations. Like why? Like if you want to be like excel at this, like you should set the highest expectations of yourself. And like so it was really disappointing. Like because like just think the year before I was the guy that came out of nowhere and like
Was getting complimented by
I had
like
the crown in my
vets.
hand in the first battle and I had made a good ass first impression and like people were rocking with me. And now in the next year after I come and I get knocked out in the first round because I wasn't on my shit, right? Like, and I was like,
Right.
and I'm the type of person that's really, really hard on myself. You know what I mean? Like, there's nobody harder on myself than I am. I am my biggest critic. I know, like, people say that as like a cliche, but I literally mean it, like, really genuinely. And like, I was really, really like pissed at myself about it. You know what I mean? But like, here's the thing, because like Aaron Solomon was the judge during that year, right? And like, he kind of pulled me aside, and like, he
Shouts to
was
Iron
like,
Solomon.
yeah, shouts to Iron, man. He kind of like gave me this little talk, and he was like, look, I know what you're feeling. You know what I mean? Like, I get it, because Iron is like, because Iron was kind of he's been in a situation where like he's had like being close to victory before, and he didn't, because like in '05, like he ended up losing in the finals to Justice, right? For those
Right.
that remember it. And like, and he was like, yo, I get what you're saying, like, I get what you're feeling, like, because like I never won Skribbal either. You don't think I'm pissed about not winning Skribbal? Of course I'm pissed about not winning that shit. So like, whatever you're feeling, use that shit. You know what I mean? And so
Mm-hmm.
like, that shit really stuck with me, what he said, because from there I just internalized that. I internalized what I felt that night. I was like, look, I'm gonna fucking use this as fuel. And so from that night, from that point on, I had a different mentality about battle
Right.
rap. I was like, I'm not gonna go in here on some like, I'll see how it goes. I'm gonna go in here I'm gonna go here like, I'm intending to fucking cut everybody's head off. I'm gonna kill everybody. I don't give a fuck who you are. Like, that was my mentality going into every battle from then on.
Right.
And and so like in 2008, I would say if there was like a tantrum year, I would say 2008 was probably that year, because I was just like, it was that year I was just like cleaning up house, like whatever local battle that I could find around the Bay Area, or otherwise, or whatever I was around. Like, sometimes I would just randomly find a flyer that someone would pass to me. Oh, there's a freestyle battle happening here, and
You were like,
I never battled here before, but I'm like, ooh, this is still like kind of driving distance still. Like, I could reach this place, so like I would go there and like, yeah, I'll fuck with this battle, and then I went there, and then I would just go there and clean house. You know, I would just go here and there, and like that was also the year where I started my so there was a streak that I went on at Tourette's, because you know how Tourette's is a monthly thing. So like, um what do you call it? I had like consecutive wins at Tourette's, where there was like a streak that I had where I would win like 8 months straight, and
Mm.
and that was like the record at the time, because like nobody else had won 8 months straight except for the Source. So on the ninth month, yeah, is when like the Soros kind of came back and we battled it out in the finals. It was like on some movie shit. You know what I mean? Like, what do you call it? Yeah, like he ended up getting it. He ended up winning that one, which it was like a good back and forth also, like, because like, one thing I could say that I'm proud of is like at least, I'm one of the very few that didn't get washed by the Source, because anybody that's familiar with how dominant the Source was in the freestyle format, this guy would just, like, it was, you battling the Source wasn't a matter of whether you could win. It was a matter of how are you gonna survive, right? It was like that.
right.
It's probably like for you guys in your region, it's probably similar with Iron Solomon, right? Because
No,
he's,
no, I already know what time it is. You know what I mean? Like, I know, like the lore of like thesaurus, like
yeah,
the lore of Pete. You know, like
yeah. So like, the thing is, like, it wasn't, yeah, so like, to me it wasn't enough to just like, you can't just go in there and just battle. Like, you have to fucking, you know what I mean, like, mentally prepare yourself, right? And like, to put up a good fight, and it was a good fight. So like, I ended up, he ended up taking that one and dethroning me, but which was, I'm totally okay with, because like, I would rather be I would rather lose to him rather than some fucking jobber out of nowhere that I just,
right, right.
you
Nah,
know,
like you
because
lost to the champ. You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
because
So it's just like,
the thing about Tourette's is that it's not the most hip hop savvy crowd. Like, it's a very mixed
yeah,
bag
no,
in
I would
terms of
imagine.
audience.
when you're saying that there's gonna be like spoken word
Yeah,
and there's burlesque dancing, and like it sounds like you're gonna have like you're gonna have drunken white girls.
right,
You're gonna have super hip hop heads. You're gonna have like just people probably on a night out. You know what I'm saying? Like a mix. You're gonna have a really mixed crowd. It sounds like
right.
with something like this.
So, and that's kind of like a catch-22 because that also means that number one, on one side, that means that any gimmick rapper who's like not even actually like legitimately good, like maybe he just has a gimmick that the crowd fucks with, and then he could beat you out of nowhere, just not even being good, not even being better than you. That
Right.
would kind of be a stain on your record, right? Like that's not a good look. But on the flip side, it's also kind of like a test. Like if you as a competitor know how to adapt to the such a variety of a crowd, then that
Hmm.
kind of puts you on a higher level than just a regular average battler, right?
Right.
So it's kind of like
Yo,
two sides to
facts.
it.
It's like when you're doing the music thing and you finally have a audience that isn't just rappers and it's like regular people, and you get to see how they respond to your music, which is actually just really different than the way a room full of rappers responds to music.
Exactly. So going on in 2008, so in 2008 I got into Skribbal Jam again. I went to Cincinnati, Ohio again, and this time I was not fucking around. You know what I mean? I was still on my fucking fuck the world mentality. I was in there to do work, and I ended up making it to the semifinals. Um, Funny enough, I lost to the Thesaurus again, which but it ended up being a dogfight also. Like not for nothing. I think it was probably battle of the night of
Word.
that night. Not even like tooting my own horn or nothing. Like I'm just like other people told me it was battle of the night, so
Right.
I'm just gonna go with what they're saying.
Right.
So yeah, uh and also like so the thing is EK, everybody, everybody knows this, right? The other Asian rapper.
Right. I know. Let's break it down for Holden because Holden doesn't know. And you know what? As you said that, I almost got confused because everybody knows EK's name is everybody knows, which sounds very phrasic as soon as you say it. Like
Right,
everybody knows EK, which is like, wait, everybody
Wait.
knows a guy named EK, or his name is everybody
right,
knows
right.
EK, or right so. Uh, let's go through it.
Yeah, so everybody knows is this battle rapper from Hawaii, and he's like their one of their top, if not the top dog over there. And like he's kind of like the guy who cleans house over there. He's fucking absolutely a beast, and that's why he was also at Scribble. So like in the semifinals, it was me versus the Source, and it was everybody knows versus No Can Do. So what ended up happening was the Source advanced past me, and No Can Do advanced past everybody knows. So it ended up being the Source versus No Can Do in the finals. However, if I would have beat the Source, and if everybody knows would have beat No Can Do, it would have been
It
me
would have
versus
been
everybody knows in the finals, and that would have been the first time in Scribble history where you would have two Asians in the finals.
word.
Right.
Which, given how it actually turned out, like me and it's still even so, me and everybody knows we're the first Asians to actually make it to the semifinals of in Scribble Jam history. So that's still like
Word.
not to try to make it like a oh this is the first Asian of this thing, like not to try to like make that like a token thing, but like in
Nah,
in
but that's
in all in
still
all
that's
honesty,
still
it kind of still matters because like if you really look at the history books, like you've never seen people that look like us make it that far in that prestige of a event. You know what I mean?
Right.
Nah, absolutely, bro. Listen, representation. I think like if anything that like we've learned in like the last few years, right? Like of like getting so much more representation generally in Hollywood. I think that like all the people being represented, like it's a loud, resounding like fucking finally. You know what I'm saying? And like representation matters. And like that goes across the board. So like the first battle rapper from Zimbabwe in America that like kicks ass, like he's gonna take that like and like wear that. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody that like has, you know, like I look at it and I'm like, yo, I'm like, I think I'm like one of the only like Nicaraguans that I really know, but I'm also like really barely paying attention. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But like it's one of those things where it's just like, nah, like it, and letting people know that ends up like, because I know for a fact I've had fans throughout the years because they found out that I was Nicaraguan. You know what I'm saying? And so like it'd be like, I'm pretty sure for them they were just like, yo, there's like a battle rapper that's like Nicaraguan. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's just half, you know, they're gonna be like, yo, like fucking, you know, they see themselves in you, you know? So like, yeah,
And
that
it's
that
also
opens
like,
up the
but
door
it's
for
also
others.
like at Skribbal Jam's pretty prestigious for what it is as far as in the battle rap culture. So it is pretty significant, you know.
Definitely
To,
significant.
and I don't
Right,
think it's like
because like when you see freestyle, I mean, when you see documentaries of like freestyle hip hop and like battle rap, like Scribble Jam is like oftentimes in those documentaries. You know what I mean? So it's like kind of like a big thing.
no, I know people who don't know very
Yeah,
much at all about battle rap, myself included, but we'd all heard of Skribbal Jam. We knew
Right.
what that
right.
was.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's like the right. Like I understand like the importance of it all, right? Because of the fact that like I think that it's Eminem came out of
Right.
Scribble Jam
Right.
essentially. You know
But
what I'm saying?
it's also
So like
like
that's like a huge name in the industry to claim to the fame that like essentially shares with you the sort all these guys throughout all these years share that like you guys are all what is the word for like you
alumni.
guys are all alumni. Yeah, exactly. You guys are all alumni. You know, like
But it's also just like to think about that kind of shit in general, right? It's like a reminder that it matters. And especially with some of the current debates happening on the internet, it's like to hear somebody express their perspective on why it's significant or that they're a part of something that's that significant. It's just worth hearing about because it's part of you and your story. And if that's what you accomplished, that is exactly what you accomplished. It's not even. It's just important, you know, for
Right.
you. Like, let's say they wrote a wiki page about you. That should be on the wiki page, no?
Definitely, yeah. It's
Um,
definitely one of the milestones for sure.
so, yeah, I don't think Scribble Jam exists much more after 2008, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 2008 I think was the last year.
And so, well, after that, do you get not long after that? I know you end up in grind time at some point, but like, what happens in between all that?
Well, there wasn't really an in between because Grind Time already had started popping off while
Mm,
Scribble Jam was like in 2008. So, um, if anything, the transition was pretty seamless because like um, Lush had, well, Lush was already bringing Grind Time to the West like shortly after that Scribble Jam. I mean, like, cause like the whole shit. Well, the thing is, like me, I had already battled on Grind Time. I think already at that point where
okay,
the me versus Reverse Live battle already happened before that Scribble Jam in 2008.
right.
So and then the thing is the November right after that was when me versus Dumb went down.
right.
Okay.
And we right like well like we were mentioning we watch stuff right. So what we got to watch when we did the pre-show was I was like, let's start with like the like I was explaining it to Holden. How many views was it that it had? 20
2.5 million.
2.5 million views, and like that battle is said on YouTube was 13 years ago that it came out on
Yo,
YouTube,
we've been doing this
which
for a
is like
minute. Ain't nothing having 2.5 million views for the most part that's like shot in a park that looks like that.
Yeah, nah. Like you guys like that was like a super. So we watched that, and then we watched because in that battle, you mentioned to Dumb that he was A class. So then it was like, hey, let's watch the A class battle next, and we watched the A class battle, and then we left the crowd to come over to the main Zoom watching the Prestige battle. Wait, what
At
was
the
his name? Not
Prestige
Prestige.
came on too. I know I
Yeah,
watched a couple of
Prestige.
other ones today also. Like I watched some doubles battle with Dirtbag Dan and somebody else. I don't remember who else was in that one, but like I was just
But
digging around the old battles.
The doubles battle.
but the
Yeah, there was like two doubles battles I found on your verse tracker thing, and I was like, well, that's fascinating. Let's click on this.
you
What you
know
talk?
what we should
Was it
also
was it
just
was it Dirtbag Dan and Madness?
It's possible. I I remember Dirtbag Dan was in one, and then there was another one that was in a ring.
Okay, yeah, yeah, that was with Oblami and Peanut, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So like that, those happened in different years. So like the one with Dirtbag Dan, me and D-Lord versus Dirtbag Dan and Madness, that happened in yeah, in like I, I fucking forgot what year, probably 2007 or some shit like that, or 2008. Um, one of them. And me and D-Lord, like that, I think, yeah, that was the final. So me, like, they ended up taking that one. But the year after that was when me and D-Lord battled Oblimi and Peanut, and that's when me and D-Lord won. Like, we won that tournament because Tourette's at the time, Tourette's used to have these annual 2-on-2 tournaments.
Mm.
So yeah,
It's really cool that all that stuff has been filmed from all the way back then, because you don't know
yeah,
when
nah,
stuff
that
is.
that's
Because like it's like the upload date that you see, right? Like you're not seeing like the actual battle date, so sometimes you don't really know when shit happened. But like
right.
that's really cool. Um. Anyway, yeah. So I
nah, but
just
that's what so we were watching that battle, and
right.
to bring it back to right, like we watched it because it's like, yo, that was like I was telling Holden. Also, sorry, my fault. Disclaimer. Holden is like unfamiliar. That's why, like, let's break down. Like, there's a thing that he says to, like, when we started doing the show. Of course, I leaned heavily on all my New York, homies, and the means were pretty heavy in the interviews. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? Because
super.
we are New Yorkers, right? And so, like, there was this one point where, like, a catchphrase of Holden's was like, when you think it's Namin, no, sir, he does not know Namin. You know what I'm
No.
saying? Because he's from
Like just to
Montreal.
even
But like,
respond to
furthermore,
just to respond to
further,
Neely in the comments, I don't fully know who Dumbfounded is. I kind of know the name. I did watch the YouTube, but had you
no,
just
it's so
said
funny. You're
dumbfounded at me, I would be like, am I to be dumbfounded by this moment? I'm not. And it wouldn't click instantly that you're talking about a battle rapper. No.
Bars.
Right. So Holden, because he doesn't come from this background. Like he
Right.
didn't like when we linked up, he didn't even know who Iron Solomon was. He didn't, and he's been experiencing a lot of you guys for the first time through these interviews, which I think is dope. You know what I mean? And I also like wasn't like when we first linked up, I wasn't like I think most battle rap, right? Uh, People like I think fans. I talked to a couple people that like are fans that like they would have done it different, but it's like just because you're a fan, you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
you would have been like, oh my god, you need to watch, and then like give you a fucking Excel spreadsheet of like battles, like with the links included. And it's just like, yo, overload,
You know, I
fam.
mean,
Like
if you're
that's
gonna
not
give
the
me an Excel
sometimes
spreadsheet, give me the links, please.
Right.
but like you know what I mean? Like I haven't like overloaded him. So like every I think everybody's like his own experiences. So like when we were coming into this interview and doing the pre-show, I'm like, let's start at like the viral because like for 13 years ago, 2 million or whatever it reached initially, right? Because I'm pretty sure that the 2.5 million that it's at now is accumulated through 13 fucking
Yo,
years.
but
You know what I'm
even
saying?
then,
But
that's
like
still
even then,
crazy for a
the I
13-year-old
know
video
for a
like
fact,
that.
I know for a fact that 13 years ago that shit cracked a million, easy. Like if I'm not mistaken, and it definitely cracked more than a million on World Star, and like it feels like kind of like the first viral moment of grind time. It feels like the first viral moment of battle rap of that era, and like I was trying to like remember what the title was. Like I don't know, remember if it was like on World Star, right? Like I know that the grind time title was always the grind time title, but like I know that on World Star it was probably like either like Asian on Asian crime or like fucking Korean versus Chinese or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like because it was World Star. You know what I'm saying? So walk us through that whole battle and that whole moment and everything leading up to it and like the outcome of it and like what it did for like your career.
All right, so it's hella funny because the first time it was brought up to me, because me and D-Lo were talking about it, and like he was like we were talking about I'm not sure if it was him. Yeah, so we were talking about this idea that he wanted that they were trying to set up or actually I'm not sure if it was just D-Lo, it might have been like him and like some other people, but like there was some people talking about, yeah, like we might want to try to set up Tantrum versus Dumb. And like to be honest with you, at first I kind of thought it was corny, just cause like yo, this is some novelty shit, some it's just some gimmick shit, right? Like you're just trying to
Mm-hmm.
put two Asians against each other, like.
Right.
And the thing is like it's not even that. And the thing is I was cool with Dumb because I had met Dumb prior before that, like so I already knew who he was, right? But it was just the
Right.
whole thing about putting two Asians against each other that in my mind I kind of had this initial rejection to at first.
Right.
But I guess like somewhere along the line I was like, okay, fuck it, well I'll just do it, whatever. Like it'll be fun, whatever. And like yeah, it was one of those things where um at the time like I was like I looked at it as a challenge because the thing is in freestyle battles, like of course like people will hit me with Asian jokes, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and the thing is like if you were to look at a lot of the footage back then of Asian battlers, like it would be them getting hit with Asian jokes and them not rebuttaling any race jokes back, whether it's against a white person, black person, Mexican, whatever. And I was wondering why that was. I was like, they're hitting you with race jokes, so why aren't you hitting them with race jokes?
You were like,
So
motherfucker, you
so
better
me, I
fucking
was like
strap up, fam.
I was probably the first Asian battler in the Bay at least, but in this freestyle battles that when people hit me with race jokes, I would hit them back with race jokes. I was like, oh, you can hit me with Asian jokes. I'm gonna hit you with like white jokes or like Mexican jokes or whatever, Indian joke, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like I had my own thing of like, yo, I have my own bag of race jokes too.
Right.
So when I saw this, so when this thing with Dumb came along, I was like, I kind of looked at it as a challenge. Like, okay, like, oh, you don't think I could do race jokes against my own people? Okay, like, y'all gonna see, y'all gonna learn. And then
Yeah.
so I kind of looked at like that, and like, yeah, it ended up being a fun experience. So like the day of the battle, um, some crazy thing happened. Like there was a fire that some kind of a wildfire that happened on the freeway on the highway, whatever. Like kind of on that area where like when between Los Angeles and the Bay Area. And so like Dumb was driving with Satire on the way up on that day, and there was that, and because of that wildfire, they had to take a detour that caused them to be like 8 or 10 hours late on that day. So like the thing is, me and Dumb was supposed to happen like much earlier in the day. Like we're supposed to happen during the daytime. But if you notice
Word.
during in the footage, it's happened at night. So like me and him actually ended up being one of the last battles, if not the last battle. Like we ended up
Dusk
we
or sunset, right?
I think it
Like
was
that.
nighttime. I
Like
think it was straight up
yeah,
nighttime because it was
it
straight
was
up dark.
straight up nighttime.
So
Word.
like
Okay, copy.
we ended up inadvertently headlining the event just because he was late, and it ended up being like the biggest viral moment of that event. And so like fun fact, right? And like people don't even know this, but in my third round, I fucking fucked up in something like I had a fuck up in my third round, where it's like because if you remember what I said in my during the last few bars of my third round, like the ending was like with the ending went like this guy you come across every one of life's obstacles like oh man god damn like that was the last bar, but
Mm-hmm.
the last bar was supposed to be the we only built a great wall to keep faggots like you out. That was supposed to be the last bar,
Word.
but the thing is like I incorporated a bar that I came up with on the spot when I said when I said right after my dick's bigger and I drive better.
Right.
Because right after that, I went into and you being late is proof that what I'm rapping is real. Satire, that's what you get for letting this man put his hands on the wheel. So I was
Right.
basically saying it was Dumb's fault that you guys were late. I ended up saying that segment earlier than I was supposed to say it. And the thing is, like, while I was saying it, I realized that, dude, I'm not supposed to say this right now. I'm supposed to say something else. I'm like, damn. So what I ended up doing, and like by some kind of miracle, like I ended up with the 4 bars before that. I ended up putting that at the end. Putting it after the maggots like you out, and then so like I seamlessly just did it without having to like process it or think. I just did it. I was
Word.
like, so as soon as I finished that maggots like you out, I went straight into the other segment to close off with the oh man, goddamn.
Damn.
But like that wasn't supposed to be the finishing bar. You know what I'm saying? The finishing bar was
Yeah, it
supposed to
makes
be
now that you say it, it makes it makes sense. Like the we only built the Great Wall of China to keep back. It's like you I was like,
that was supposed to
nah,
be
that's
the bigger that was supposed to be the bigger
that
finisher.
feels like the finisher.
Yeah.
As a fellow writer, rapper, battle rapper, like I could easily see like being like, nah, this is a no brainer. What are we talking about here? This is clearly the round ender. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
that sounds like the round ender. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, that makes sense now that you say it. But nobody would notice, right? Like
Yeah,
if you didn't say
nobody
that, nobody would know. Nobody.
Also part of it, I think part of it is also part of it was also the fact that at that time during that time I didn't exactly completely write out my verses to my battles at the time. It was kind of like I kind of like had a skeleton. Like I would have like words that I would know what I would rhyme with, right? So, but I didn't like write out word for word every single word verbatim of what I was gonna spit in the verse. I would kind of had like more of a skeleton, and I would kind because I was a stupid ass, fucking stubborn ass freestyle guy. And like you're like, yo, this fucking written shit. Like, yo, man, I'm gonna try to minimize the written part of this battle shit. I'm just gonna try to free because because you know what it was like. You came from that cloth. We
No,
came from that freestyle shit.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I was literally just talking about this with a friend. Actually, I think I was talking about it with Poison Pen. I was on the phone with Poison Pen, and we were literally talking about this, like back in the day thing that it was like freestyling was like what? Like that was like that's what it was. It was me telling him about my friend that had passed away, and like he was the one that taught me. Him and amongst him and another one or two of the guys in the crew like taught me how to freestyle. And like it's like yo, back then, like he was that my friend that passed away was like he didn't even give a fuck about songs, bro. You know what I mean? Like to him, like the greatest rapping that will ever get done is in a freestyle. Like
Right,
fuck your songs. You know what I'm
right,
saying? Fuck your songs. Fuck your anything. It's like free. It's like reaching the pinnacle in freestyling, like off the top of the dome, is like the pinnacle of rapping. Period. And
right.
so like therefore like everything could fucking suck ass. So like we were a part of that generation of like battle rap going from right like freestyling to like this written format. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like everything back then was like freestyling, and like how good you were off the top of the head. So yeah, it
Yeah,
makes sense that that was your attitude.
Yeah, me being a stubborn idiot, just like the first few battles, that's just how I approached it. Which is why, like, even the battle before that, when I battled Reverse Live, it was very like a very rough and choppy performance in comparison to all my other ones because like, and people don't even know, I blanked out on at least like half my material versus Reverse Live. You know what I mean? I ended up having to just like fuck around, just to improvise some shit on the spot, and just like, the shit came out the way it did. But like, definitely against Dumb, I was definitely a lot more prepared, and a lot more took it a bit more seriously, and yeah. So like uh everything else was fine. You know what I'm saying? Like the atmosphere was dope. You know what I'm saying? And everybody was fucking having a good ass time. Um, like the fucking background audience chatter was like hilarious. Like, you know what I mean? Like you see you like somewhere in there you clearly hear Reverse Live going, "Holy shit, this is so good!" Like it was so funny because
Yeah, no,
I always
wild
compare
good
it to like
hours.
this sounds like a kid who just like discovered cake for the first time. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like really, it was so hilarious. And like you see
Right, right.
Illusion Z like going into a camera shot to like give Dumb his props and shit like that, and like people in the comments just fucking getting on Illusion Z's case for that for some reason. It's like, cause like I don't know, if you're a
Yo, it's
battler
the
and you give other people
comments.
props, you're an idiot. I don't know.
Yo, the comments. No, but so that's what I mean, right? Like how like give me the like from your perspective the afterwards, right? Like when it hit like what like the in the moment the battle right felt good. Everybody's complimenting you both. What happens after that? Like does like Mad Ills like immediately hit you like, yo, we're gonna drop this next week? Or did you have to wait 2.5 to 3 months to see that battle come out on Grind Time?
Um,
What was it like once the footage did come out and it went like viral, right? Like what was the World Star reaction in the comments versus the YouTube reaction in the comments? What was the give me all that. Like this is the juicy shit that we like that I think other people too want to know, right? Like
um, all right. So the process of Matt Ills dropping it, I believe it was sometime after. Yeah, he didn't drop it immediately. I believe he like dropped it sometime. I don't know how many like weeks or months or whatever. Like it was definitely, man. I think it was might have been around the time that like probably, if I remember correctly, I think they dropped it around like Lush's birthday, and I think that was by design. I think Lush like wanted it to be like wait, like he was like, yeah, this is gonna drop around like my birthday. I don't know, like Lush, like you had to confirm that with him. But yeah, it was
we
like
will.
it wasn't immediate. That wasn't the
I
first
was
battle
like,
to
let's
drop.
do
It
that.
definitely wasn't the first battle that dropped. Yeah, they kind of waited it out, but like but yeah, when it came like in the reactions to it were like a lot of it were positive, like from like the actual like real battle heads, like a lot of it was positive and shit like that. Like a lot of them were fucking with it, like on both sides. For the general new heads, like there were some fucking dickheads because like a lot of guys, a lot of people gravitated more towards humor at the time, right? And like they weren't fucking with the aggressive shit as much. You know what I mean? So you see a bunch of
Right.
comments like, "Oh, the other guy was like not even trying, and like he was being effortless, and the other guy was just being mad, just trying too hard." And it's like,
Right.
listen, you fucking
Right.
idiot! Like, if you don't
That
want to
was
hear yelling, don't watch a battle rap, you fucking moron! Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I don't. It doesn't
Yo,
make sense.
battle
You know what I'm
rap
saying?
has a high level of like education that goes into understanding it. So you come across that shit and you see some people just yelling at each other. It's confusing if you come from where I come from and you've seen where I've seen. I mean, I totally now understand it, but I remember on my early battles, the dudes that were just yelling, and I'm just like, I don't know if I like this version of battle rap. This is confusing to me.
But the
This is
thing is,
just
people were yelling even since the freestyle battles.
right.
So that
No,
shit didn't even
people
really
no,
make
bro,
sense.
people were yelling from the
but
motherfucking birth
people like
of of
encounter it on the
freestyle battling in
internet
the
when they
Bronx. You know what
do,
I mean?
right?
Like
So it's like a lot of people's first exposure. Because, yo, if you were around it, you were around it.
Yeah.
But if you were not,
Yes.
all you have is YouTube and the internet and this other version of exposure where you just see these clips and snippets of things where you don't really understand the bigger culture and how it all fits together. Like I was lost as fuck for
Yeah,
like a
no,
year.
that's absolute truth. Like if you're like for the people who aren't a part of battle rap culture and don't like keep up with it, there's a there's a pretty high level of like you gotta do your Googles and you gotta do your back. You know like there's a high threshold to like get there to like be able to understand everything. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of personal shit that gets said. If you're not keeping up, you're not gonna know. You know what I'm saying? But then there's like I think that like you guys battle was like a great example of like why things go viral because it wasn't this
I
like
made a
it
Dragon
was
Quest bar.
sprinkles. It was sprinkles of personal shit in there, right? Like the driving bar and all these things, but at the same time, it's like not that, which
Right.
battle rap has kind of turned into a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's
Like
very
if
general blanket stuff. Like
right,
we had the fortune of both being Asian, so like we could rely on that, and plus us being the first Asian versus Asian battle, like we could totally rely on that and go for 3 rounds and it not being old because at that point we were the first that was gonna say this material to each other,
right,
and we were the first that was gonna introduce this material to everybody else.
Right.
right.
Because like I mean, if we were to try to have the same battle like now, like it would be different, right? Like it wouldn't hit the same if we had the same
No,
type of
yeah,
material now.
yeah. It wouldn't work out the same way. It wouldn't
Nah.
work out the same way. But
But
like the fact that it did, right? Like, so how was it? Like, did you start then in turn being recognized everywhere because of the virality of the video and the clip getting so much exposure, the clips getting so much exposure? Um, World Star, right? Still like World Star versus YouTube. Like, what were the? Because I'm curious to know like what the disparity looked like because I have a good idea, right? But like, I'm pretty sure that you being the person that like was experiencing that moment, like felt, you know what I'm saying? Like your perception of it and your feeling of it is way more important. So like, tell me about that.
Right. So other people's like my homies' perceptions of it and my perception of it, it seems to be different because like in my opinion, I don't feel like I get recognized that much even off that battle. Like unless I'm already at a battle event and people already know who I am, right? But like when I'm out in like Walmart or some shit, like I don't like get recognized like that. You know what I'm saying? People want to hit me up at fucking Target, like, hey man, fucking I see you in this battle. But I do have a funny story though. Of recently, like the last few times I had been recognized, like one time it was I was at an airport and this dude came up to me. You know what I mean? Like I was kind of just sitting here on my phone and shit. I was just like whatever, and I like on the corner of my eye, I noticed somebody coming to me. I was like, what the fuck's happening, dog? Like, cause like
especially at
I
an
was in the
airport.
airport. I was going on a family trip. You know what I mean? So I wasn't expecting anybody,
Right, right. You're
my
like,
friends
who
or
the fuck is
anybody to
this
know
guy
who I
coming?
am, be
Who the
there,
fuck
right?
is this guy coming my way?
Yeah. So
Right.
like, and it ends up being a guy who's like, yo, I see you battle rap, right? I was like, yeah, yeah. I was like, oh shit. In my mind, I was like, this is a guy who knows who I am. And he's like, yo, you fucking killed that shit, man. I fucking got love for you, much respect for you, Dumbfounded. Yeah, I was like, so I had like, I was like, so I had that moment, dog. I was like, so I did correct him. I did correct him. For the record, from here on out, I'm not gonna correct anybody anymore. I'm just gonna take it as it is. I'm just like, yeah, yeah, I'm dumb, dog. Yeah, yeah, man. Thanks, dog. I'm just gonna take the props. Fuck it, man. Feel the props.
Yo, how many? Out of curiosity, real quick, off topic but on topic. How many battles did you do in New York?
In New York? No, New York is an untapped resource as of right now.
Yo, this is what I'm saying. Like I kind of like I was leading it there knowing that because like I'm like, yo, I feel like if you were to come out to New York, you'd finally experience those moments. You know what I'm saying? Because New York is just such a high density population and there are so many huge
Yeah, you'd
rap fans
probably end
and
up
battle
getting
rap fans.
recognized in
Like
Montreal too.
I've gotten recognized in fucking New York. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And
but
like I'm fucking nobody. You know what
you're
I mean?
from
Like
there. You're from
yeah,
there.
no, absolutely. But like also, you know what I mean? Like I've never had like a viral moment like that. I had one battle go up on World Star, and that's what the fuck I really get recognized from because New York was so heavy on World Star. Like it was like for the years that World Star was like really the shit like that, New York was like that was like our fucking newspaper, bro. Like guys were like, yo, they were at work on their computer checking World Star. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like everybody was always checking World Star in the city. So like that was where I got known from. And my battle, like on World Star, I think like hit like 70,000 views. Like if you know what I'm saying? So like that's why I'm like I think that like if you
Yeah,
were
I'm
to
I'm
come to
pretty
New,
sure
not only that,
you'd do well
also
around.
also I also feel like you know like that was part of like right like the whole thing of like me fucking with you was like you Bender. There were certain people that I always felt really strongly about was like yo they need to come to New York. Like you guys need to like have that experience because I think that you'd be surprised to find out like how much love you'd get in New York because New York doesn't we don't care about nothing except talent. You know what I'm saying? Like New York is the home of like, I don't give a fuck, bro. How good are you? You know what I'm saying? Like, how good are you? And you guys are really good in a way that New York would appreciate. Like your aggression and your multi-syllabic style and like your like flow would absolutely like fucking win over New York. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why also like I felt the same for Bender. You know what I mean? Like I was like, yo, Bender um would do X Bender and even I used to say Paul Rich would do really well in New York because of also his aggression. Because Bender wasn't really so aggressive, right? Like sometimes like I mean he was aggressive, but like I wouldn't say that like his voice and his energy was too aggressive. But like Poe
Right.
Rich's energy was really aggressive. You know what I'm saying? And like your energy was really aggressive, and like that would do well in New York. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And also like again, I think that when once you'd be here, you'd be at like fuck Times Square checking out the whole like tourist shits and you'd absolutely run into somebody who'd be like and they wouldn't dumbfounded you. You know what I mean? They'd be like tantrum. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
Yeah.
you'd have that
Yeah.
in New York, absolutely. Like if
I'm
you would have,
fairly
especially if you
certain.
would have came at around that era, what?
Yeah. If
Forget
you
it,
showed up
bro.
at the right
Forget it.
underground rap event in Montreal, somebody would, or especially one of the battle rap things, somebody would recognize you.
Well, that's the thing.
Absolutely.
Like when it comes to like if I'm at a battle rap event, yeah, sure. Like I would expect to get
Right.
recognized. And like and like even outside of battle rap events, when I'm like out and about in the city or something like that, like I mean, it's not to say that I never have gotten recognized. I mean, there have been the occasional once in a blue moon somebody did recognize me as Tantrum, like outside, like in the city or something, or like walking down the
Hold
street or
up.
whatever. But
Neely just dropped a hot comment though. I mean, Tantrum is from the Asian Wu Tang. He'd definitely do well in New York.
I mean, there it is, man. I mean, the original clan. Yo, that's my
Original.
G Neil, bro. Like Neil, that's my guy, man. But yeah,
Shouts to you, Neil.
so like yeah, like once in a blue moon, I do get recognized like as myself, like as Tantrum out here, like here and there. But like it definitely like if I had my friends tell it, like they'll tell you it happens like damn near all the time and shit. It's like no, it doesn't happen like that. It doesn't happen that often. So like that's why in my experience, in my perception, it really doesn't happen all that often. And I'll give you another funny story. It's not really a story, but like a tidbit. Like there's been two, like probably at least two occasions at battle events where somebody confused me as EK.
Word.
Which is even more wild because we look even less alike.
Wild.
Right.
Less.
Even more because like we have even more physical differences, and it's like it's hella funny, man. It's like these people are either that ignorant or they're just low key racist. You know what I mean?
It's definitely like low key racist.
Low key racist a little bit, yeah.
For real, because definitely you and EK don't look alike.
Exactly, that's exactly the thing.
I would assume EK is like Japanese mixed with like maybe Polynesian or like maybe what's the indigenous Hawaiian
Well,
I'm blanking
if I remember correctly, I think he told me one time he was just a mix of Japanese and Chinese.
Fair.
But somebody
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think we should do a pee break.
But I'll tell you this, like as far as getting paid, let me tell you something, man. Like a lot of people had this misconception that people were actually getting paid. For one, like listen, especially back in those days, there was a lot less money circulating within battle rap. So listen,
absolutely,
paid was a privilege, not a right.
Privilege.
Like
privilege, bro.
People that are getting paid were people that already had big ass, like super big names, like the Awkwards, the Sources, the Ilmax, like people like them, right? Like so.
Iron Solomon, Grizzlemania name guys,
people that had the real strong demand to come back and shit like that.
Right.
So trust me, a lot of us were not getting paid like that. A lot of us were not getting paid. Period. So to answer your question, did it up the ticket? No, not really. And the thing is, like the battle rap game was there wasn't being played like that back in the day. Like it wasn't as much of a business as it is now. You know what I mean? Like people weren't doing these battles and being like having good performances and being like the price went up. Like nah, man, that wasn't what it was back then. It was like you just had this battle. Oh, this battle went. You got 100K views on this battle. Cool. All right, I'm gonna take this other battle. Just not without much regard to who it was. I mean, of course, the opponent had to make sense to a degree, but like, it wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna jump from this opponent and now I'm gonna get a bigger opponent because like not everybody moved like that. You know what I mean? Like not sometimes like for most of us, it was just I'm gonna take this battle, see how well it does. Oh, it does well. Oh, fine. Now I'm gonna take this battle. Now I'm gonna take this battle just cause like oh, this is the next battle to take. You know what I mean? It wasn't like some kind of a grand progression with a lot of us. You know what I mean? We were just earning our stripes. We were just showing improvement and just getting more notches on our belt. That's all it was. It wasn't like how it is now where people kind of have this chess move mentality where it's like, oh, I have this a strategic trajectory with what matchups I'm going to take. You know what I'm saying? Back then it was more so just I'm going to take as many matchups as I can. I'm going to try to fit it into the years, however many I can. I'm just going to try to put in work. And not expect to get paid because like we weren't getting paid.
Yeah, nah, it wasn't. Right. It was. I remember.
I'm keep it real with you, man. That's how it is. Like a lot of people don't realize how thankless of a job battle rap is.
Super thankless. I remember. I know, right? Like these are like me asking you, right? Is like say you could have the floor to say, you know, the thing that I already know. You know what I'm saying? Like I forget what was the bullshit story that we would get paid after how many battles, how many wins or some shit like that. God, like there was like a whole grind time bullshit of like
people out here talking about yeah, I got paid $500 to battle. Like no, you got paid $500 that went toward your flight, which still cost $1,000, and you still had to pay for your flight, and you still had to pay for your hotel and your food and your cab fare. So you only got a $500 discount off of a expensive ass vacation that you took to battle, to work, which is not even really a vacation. So you still came out of pocket, so you didn't get paid to do anything.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Nah, it's there's a lot of flowers that should be dealt out, right? Like Neely's in the comments, and he's saying, I told Tram 2 weeks ago, KOTD need to throw a Legends event and get your guy 40K check. just out of respect for building the foundation of love
And
for
the
the
thing is, and
culture.
the thing is like,
Like,
and the thing is
yo,
like, it's fun to say that, right? But it's like realistically, it's not gonna happen.
realistically, it's not gonna happen. We know this. You and me know this, right? Um, but like at the same time, there is bread to be made. You know what I'm saying? Like there are, there are. I think there's bags like out there for you. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I've been
I don't
seeing
think there's any
people with
bags
way less
there for me.
reputation finding little. I'm not gonna say little, but like not like 40K bags, but there's bags out there that are worth getting if you like understand the current market and how people are playing the internet.
Right. But like I think that like you know that, right? I also like I think that our generation was guilty. We're the ones that built this, right? Like we built this industry, bro, and it was built on our backs. And we were the fucking pioneers of like internet fucking battle rapping, right? And we like there was a lot of shit that if guys didn't bullshit about getting paid and pretend like they were getting paid, nobody be getting paid right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like a double edged sword where it's like I hated them for doing it too, right? Because it was like such bullshit, bro. Like we all know the truth. We all know what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, who do you think you're fucking fooling? Who do you think you're fucking? You know what I'm saying? Like bullshitting. Like it's like when somebody's lying to you blatantly in your face, and you're just like, I don't know how you react to it, but like sometimes, like depending on how I woke up that day, like I want to slap the fucking shit out you for doing that shit. You know what I mean? Where it's like, how fucking dare you fucking lie to me in my fucking face blatantly? You know what I'm saying? Like I take that shit offensively. Like what do I look like? A gullible fucking idiot? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But like at the same time, if they didn't do that bullshit, like I guess we wouldn't be at this place where like we
Yeah,
managed to bullshit our way
absolutely.
into an industry where like now people are getting paid, you know, a nice bag. You know what I'm saying? Some people are still grinding it out, and some people are still really not getting paid anything, which is something that like people don't know and don't realize. There's a lot of people who are not making anything. Remy Ma recently came out and said that she's about what she said. Did you hear that with the news that she said that she's like I think like $400,000 in the hole with no profit of like throwing. I think she threw like one or two events with the Chrome 23 thing for the league with all women battle rappers. And like I'm just like, yeah, legit. What did you think you like? You thought you were gonna turn a profit on that 400,000? Like, nah, it's like not a lot of profit to be made. Like when you really, not when you're spending what she spent, the way she spent, how she spent it. Like there's not really a lot of There's no profit to be made, because she was really. I know because it was an event in New York, and I have a lot of friends that went, and I could have went, and I know that like it was very open to us. You know what I mean? So like it was like the word was doors are open free to people of the culture. You know what I'm saying? So like if you would have showed up, you could have got in free. Like anybody that's like, got like a resume and this shit would have shown up. They could have got in free. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't really like she was trying to make anything at the door like that. And then she like the live stream wasn't even like a pay-per-view. I think that there was like supposed to be a pay-per-view initially, but like then Hot 97 ended up streaming it live on their YouTube channel, which is just like I mean, like it's one of those things where it's just like you probably lost out on, some bread that you could have made through a pay-per-view, but like you also fucking probably broadcast to like millions of people that would have never seen any of these people ever in the history of rap if you didn't have that connection with Hot 97. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's just one of those things where like, it's battle rap. Like people, I think there's still like a little bit of this like diluted mentality when it comes to this, and like people thinking that there's like this like whoa, there's like all this money, but it's like, nah, man, like we, like you said, like we had to, like you had to earn your money back then, and you had to really like work for it and work for that, like that little bit of bread that leagues did have to give. Because again, it's not like they were going to be making that back, you know. So it's
Yeah.
just like, you
I mean,
know,
speaking of earning your bread, I mean, like even during the freestyle era, right? Like when you enter the tournament, the only person that got paid is the person who won, right? The
mm-hmm.
person who beat everybody in the tournament is the only one who got paid,
Yeah,
Right.
right? Because
yeah,
that's what it was. It was you win the prize money and everybody else gets jack shit.
jack shit. You
Yeah,
get you get to go home with all those pent up frustrations
yeah,
and like, damn, what if, you know, like moments and shit.
yeah. I mean, and like just the fact that like I said, how many of us weren't getting paid like that. I can tell you off rip, like I've earned more off of freestyle battles than I have off of written battles. You know what I'm saying? That
Crazy.
should tell you the reality of the situation. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because like I said, man, because you even pointed out how a lot of people got deluded, like, oh, everybody's getting y'all getting paid like that. No, man. Like, and it's crazy, right? Because like it sounds crazy, right? Because like you're hearing it coming from me or whatever, but like because you're so used to people saying, yeah, I got paid this, I got paid that,
Mm-hmm.
because they're the ones who have the platform to be able to speak the truth. They're the ones that who are able to come on podcasts like this and say until oh yeah, tell their story, right? And like the people that that have a lesser name or have less of a buzz, like they don't get these platforms to be able to speak their truth. And let me tell
Right.
you, man, the majority of the people I was around, they weren't getting paid like that.
Yeah, no, I wasn't getting paid.
That's the real reality of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
the story that y'all are hearing, that most of these people are hearing, you only hearing it from like the top percentage of battlers that are actually getting paid or whatever. But let me tell you, man, the majority weren't.
Right. And then the ones that did, right? Like let's keep on like giving this context, right? Like the ones that did get paid, like they earned that shit a majority of the times. And they earned it through great performances back to back to back, you know, or the consistency of great performances. You know, like I don't remember when DNA started getting paid, but like it was it like again, right? Like I think that like I think that there was like a bull. We didn't put a exact number on it, but I believe that the bullshit story was like after 5 wins, you get paid for your battles. That was the story when you first got to grind time that people were getting. Or some people, or I guess maybe it was just me, or you know, but like that was the word, right? Was like I think it was like after 5 wins or something like that, you were supposed to be getting paid. And
That's news to me.
there was never no payment after 5 battles.
Yeah,
And DNA definitely won way more than 5 battles before he started getting paid. You know what I mean? I'm
exactly.
pretty sure he probably reached double digit battles before he started getting paid. And even when he was getting paid, he wasn't getting paid much. You know what I mean? But again, it was like in New York. So like now you're like, you know, you're not losing. Like it's not like he's spending that money on trap, right? Like a guy coming from New York going to Cali, spending money to get there, getting paid, like getting money so that he could pay for half his trip. You know what I'm saying? Like you're losing your money. Like the guys that would get paid locally, right? Like I'm pretty sure Thesaurus also, right? Like when he battled local and was getting paid, it was like, yo, that was earned, bro, from like years of like putting in work. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you didn't gripe at the people that were getting paid because it was like fair for the most part. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And also like a lot of it also depended on how big your name was, because that was the ultimate, for most cases, the ultimate deciding factor, right?
Right.
Because like in a way it also allowed for people that had less of a name to slip under the radar and get overlooked also. So it's also a catch 22. So I mean
Yeah.
there's like different ways to look at it. You know what I mean? At the same time, you also gotta look at it like, how do you get your name to be that big? You know what I mean? Because there's certain things that people do, like they pull these corny ass tactics. They go on Twitter, start stupid corny beefs. You know what I'm saying? They get
Right.
their name out that way. So it's like, are you really earning your check because of your skill, or off your antics, off your
Right.
gimmicks, or whatever? And there's always that debate, right? So
Absolutely.
And there's also the whole thing about, so you have you got a big name now, and you're getting paid so and so. Are you still earning your checks, or are you skating off your legacy? Or are you just mailing in performances now? Are you only giving in mediocre, not even full 3 rounds, and still getting paid multiple stacks? There's also that debate, right?
Right.
And so like this, so the whole thing about this, um, you know, whatever, for lack of a better term, politics, play a role in like who gets paid what, how much, and like who gets paid, period. And it's a very like slippery slope. It's a murky subject, and a lot of what people hear is only like one side of the coin. I mean, because
Absolutely.
I'll tell you this, man. There's a lot of people that I personally know that put in, like, have a better work ethic than some of the big names that are not getting paid as much or not getting paid at all.
Absolutely.
So it really comes down to like what it really means to earn your check.
Right. Absolutely. And I think that the what that means definitely has changed throughout the era, right? Like we came from like you mentioned, we came from a school where like, yo, look at, you started your journey like every MC did back then in a group performing so that you could get used to performing on stage, your music, you know what I mean? Battle rapping was just a tool in your arsenal. It was just another blade. It was, and like your freestyle blade, your battle blade was like another blade, and you just had to keep them all sharp because that's what it took back then to essentially kind of make it. You know what I'm saying? And to really do this. And so like that was the mentality back then, was like this is judged off of skill and your skill level that you bring to this arena. But like nowadays I think that like it has changed to like your worth is as much your skill level as it is like all that other peripheral shit, like how much drama you might stir up, how much
Marketability.
marketability, how much you're online, just generally, I guess, you know what I mean, how much like noise you're causing online, how much you're like uh building up your story, I guess, your character, like that's kind of like a part of it now. And it totally was not like, and we've talked to a lot of people recently, actually, like from Reverse Live, we spoke to a few weeks ago. We spoke to Lonnie Oceans a little bit before that. And also, I was just speaking to Excel, and like all of these names are same as you, right? Like names that are just like, bro, I'm really not here for the fucking antics. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm here to just fucking prove that I'm better than you. Like as a fucking rapper, bro, like I will fucking bust your ass. Like, and like I think that like many things, we'll see that make its resurgence eventually. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that right now, like the wrestling um character building shit is like interesting and it's fun to people, but like I think that it'll come back around to it being like a callback to like, yo, how fucking good are you? And like the guys that have that energy of like fuck this shit, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just here to fucking bar you out and kill you. I'm not with all that drama bullshit, are gonna like have a like their day in the sun. You know what I'm saying? Like I think that it's coming back around because everything comes back around.
Or at least
I hope you're
like,
right. Yeah, I hope you're right about that.
or at the very least, what would happen is kind of like back on wrestling, you end up with the WWE, which jacks it all the way up over there, but then the AEW appears and creates this whole other tier. Then you had New Japan, which gave all those other fans their whole lane. So with the way the internet's manifesting, it might be that King of the Dot and them are like, you know, at a certain tier, but enough other shit's gonna just appear to carve out past that certain leagues will become known as this the place you go for the bars. And then they just get hot for that. And then the next place will just be this the antics place. And it'll just kind of manifest, especially as the internet makes it easier to kind of do that. So, because, yeah, both sides are... I like the antics more personally. I really fucks with that shit.
I mean, like, the thing is, like, yeah, some of it can be entertaining for sure. It's just that it takes a certain type of person, and it takes a certain personality to really pull it off right.
Right.
And a lot of people
That's
don't
fair.
have that. A lot of people don't have that. A lot of people are just jacking that because they see that as the shortcut to getting their name bigger, and it's like, dude, that ain't you. Like, you know what I mean?
I think
it causes a lot of people to not be themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. A lot of people are not themselves, and that's the thing that I think annoys a lot of us the most. I think that you're also right, though, right? Like, I think like there's ones like I think the pioneers of it, right, which are like in my head, I look at Disaster and Arsenal as kind of like the pioneers of like these characters in battle rap. You know what I mean? Who are not really like when you meet these guys, they're not these characters that they are in the battles. You know what I'm saying? But like, I also think that like they did it the best. You know what I'm saying? Like they did it right. You know, so to speak. You know,
Because it fit their personality. You know, I mean, you know, like it may not they may not act like that. Obviously, they don't act like that everywhere they go, but it's within their whatever character repertoire to be able to pull that performance off. Like some people are better performers than others, right? And some people are just all business. And I think people need to be more honest with themselves about where they fall under, like which category they fall under, and not try to go for the easy way out or the low hanging fruit all the time. You know what I mean?
I respect that heavy.
Yeah. And I think people that are more about the whole you know, just like the awkward way of saying it, you know, the shut the fuck up and rap type of shit. Like a lot of them, like you said, man, like they'll do their work to earn their check, but because they're not on that cornball stuff, like they end up getting overlooked.
absolutely. Yeah, big facts. That's always been that way too. You know, like there's always been those guys. There's always been the guys that also just get overlooked because like after the battle they're just not the loud guy. You know what I'm saying? Like and fucking the loud guy ends up being like the guy that like garners more attention. You know what I'm
So
saying?
like it's like I don't know that much about battle rap like that, but I mean if you look at just not battle rap, I mean the real currency isn't what you can do on the internet. It's how you get tickets sold at the door and how many people will actually come and show up for you. And I think a lot of the gimmicky shit's just more sticky, and when it's done right, it just like and it's cohesive. That shit's just wonderful branding, right? So like I like good branding, I guess, more than I like cheap gimmicks. But like I learned this summer, especially if you're at a show and you're not like performing, you still kind of have to perform. You still have to try to be remembered in some way or like engage with this audience because like it's a lot of like work to be remembered by people after the fact that goes deeper than just like the individual performances, which are there. But if you back that up, and it doesn't have to be like cheap, it's just that effort to like engage with audiences. I think a lot of people don't think about beyond the performance. And that shit, I think it doesn't have to be cheap, but there has to be something, you know, to be like beyond it. Just because people want to follow like you're a superhero to them. Even if you don't see yourself, that's how they're going to see you, regardless of the situation.
Yeah, definitely. Battle rap has had that like effect on like the next generation. Like, and you see it in these young kids that are making the next generations and the next generation and the next generation. You know, they become more and more like, like the nerdy kid is like giving you gun bars. You know what I'm saying? And you're just like, oh yeah, gun that big. um uh but like I think that it's interesting to watch it all evolve, and some of it I love, and some of it, I'm like, whatever the fuck ever, like not my favorite, not my cup of tea type shit. But like, it also, what's good is that there is like uh there's a lot of content out there now, and so like it almost becomes like the music industry and music, which like I always tell people, like, yo, like we live in the best era because for music, because like whatever you do love, like it might not be on the radio, but like you can find it way easier than you could back in the day, and like you could probably find a plethora of whatever you're into, current, modern, up to date, um and we didn't live in that era back in the day, so like that's why that's like the. And so like with battle rap also, like because there's so much content, you can find what you want out there, you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot happening, you know what I'm saying? So like there's there's other leagues that are like, doing the other stuff that like and then there are leagues that are also doing like the gimmick stuff all the way. You know what I'm saying? I think No Coast also like prided themselves on that for a while there, right? Like that was kind of like No Coast gimmick was like they had all the like, you know, deaf guy battles mute guy. You know what I
I mean,
mean? Like
they I don't think that's the whole shtick though, because there are people in there that actually do have bars, like especially like my homie XQZ, who's like the champ over there,
yeah,
who
yeah, nah.
to this day, like I still say he's like the Money Mayweather of No Coast, because like he hasn't lost in like ever. That motherfucker's just
Yeah, nah, he was beast over there, and I don't mean like everybody over there, right? Because there was wild, great talent come out of No Coast. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
It
But
was more like they owned the fact that this was a
they
thing.
owned, yeah, they owned the fact that it was like, yeah, we do occasionally do gimmicky battles.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
Um,
that's what you want,
I
come to us, baby.
Yeah, like I Battle did that too for a while, and they owned it. Like, yeah, we're gonna do gimmicky battles like here and there too. And I mean, right, like even the Fresh Coast guys, like it might not have happened with the Fresh Coast so much, but like Disaster was behind the Jesus Christ versus Devil event. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
The
the
Halloween,
Halloween,
yeah.
the Halloween event. Right, right. So like, like this, like I think that we like it as much as the next person. It's just we like to see it all done right. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we like to see it done right, like not just cuz. Don't just throw spaghetti against the wall and just like think that it's all gonna stick. Like, nah, bro, like put some thought into this shit. Show me that you care
Because
about this culture.
the other part of it is like people that try to really sell the fight, right? Like they
Hmm.
try to hype it up by like getting all like yeah, the Twitter beefs and all that, and like do you understand like the way you hyping it up, now you have to live it up. You have to live up to this now. You have to live up to whatever you set this up as. And a lot of the times it doesn't happen. It falls flat, or it just ends up being mediocre,
That's a
or ends up
big
like
facts.
they're like, how many times you ever seen somebody like, oh, I'm a different guy, I'm a different monster now, and it's like they come with the same type of material they always come with. It's like, dude, no, you're not
you were
different,
not
man.
a
You're just the
different
same
monster. Same
guy in like
guy.
different clothes maybe, or maybe what rocking the same clothes. I don't know. Like you may be a bum like that. I don't know.
No, yeah, definitely. I definitely saw that happen a whole bunch. Like I said, you know what I mean? Like we were part of the era of industrializing this and turning it into a business and an industry. And so like with that came like all that, like as somebody who ran a league, I could tell you like it was annoying dealing with like because I was running right like the draft league, the training league for Grind Time East Coast, and like it was annoying like having the first generation of deluded nobody kids that have nobody, like they have nothing under their belt, and they're literally coming in like asking for money and then like talking shit online like they had the
See
best performance ever, and they
that
did
right
not
there.
have good performances, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, and I'll be honest with you, like those guys were the straw that broke this camel's back. And that's what turned me off to it and made me be like, you know what? I just don't want to put my energy into this no more, yo. Like, I don't want to I don't want to have to deal with like entitled people who think that they deserve something that they haven't earned, you know, and like are online talking crazy. And like, then like, if I catch you and fucking put the beats on you because you're a bitch ass motherfucker that deserves that, now I'm getting looked at crazy because we're reaching this new level in battle rap. We're like, yo, this is a profession, and like, we got to be professional. And I'm like, all right, so like, let me not bring that street shit anymore, and like, you know, let me just keep my shit away. Let me keep my energy. Let me safeguard my energy, because that was very like this just disheartening. I didn't want to be a part of that. I didn't want to be a part of like encouraging that. And I didn't, you know, like I would cut off guys immediately that started acting like that. But like when it became like just too much, like too many young new kids with like nothing under their belt but like a fucking like entitled attitude, was like, I just don't want to deal with this. Like, I don't want to, like, nah, I don't even want to have these conversations. I don't want to allow this person to even believe that they're in my like circumference of life, fam. Like, you like what? You're crazy. So like, and that's what like made me stop throwing events and stop like participating in that way, where it was just like, nah, yo, the level of delusion is crazy out here. Like, I'm not dealing with this shit. Like, and that was like the beginning of all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like all that, you know, acting, talking online, like you're a fucking killer. And then like you get in the ring and it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, what? What? Yo, he was just online talking crazy, son. Like, what? Son, you were crazy. And mediocre performances, and just like a lot of like hype with no like action behind it. And like,
See, you know where some of that a part of that entitlement comes from. It's like what we were saying, how people are deluded into thinking battle rap actually has this much money within it. You know what I mean? Like
right.
there's this much in the budget for people like this. It's because of they only hear stories of battlers getting paid. You know what I'm
Yup.
saying? When the reality is closer to the majority of these cats, especially in my era, they didn't get a dime, bro. Like
Oh,
you you you
the
you
real
you you
pioneers
came out of
are
pocket.
right. And a
Like
lot
you're the
of
one who
like the
made the trip. You're the one
classic,
who made the trip. You drove out to the event. You got your food yourself. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
If you drink, then you spent money at the bar. God knows how much more money that was for
Yeah,
you
I'm
for
pretty
whoever
sure
drank.
that you and Dumb didn't get paid for that, and like Dumb
Didn't
came out of
understand
pocket to get up there to battle you. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Like, and like was coming out of pocket eating and all the and gas and all these things. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
and and a majority of all the like big battles back then were kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the battles that were the first real like, you know, landmark battles in grind time were battles where guys were not getting paid one fucking dime. You know what I'm saying? And that is what laid the groundwork for the industry that exists now, grind time, like literally directly, in my opinion, because that that move with having the battles on World Star is really what made it, you know, different than anything and everything else, you know? And it kind of laid the groundwork for everything that came after it, you know? Like, uh, so yeah.
Yeah.
Let's keep on moving along with the fucking story and the journey, yo. So, so it didn't, you're saying, so like, it's not like the ticket really changed. Um,
Yeah. So
Question, where where are we in the music group journey at this point, right? Because it's you, like you said, it's two different journeys. So
Hmm.
like, is the three, is it still the three, or like by the time you and Tantrum, you and Dumb are battling, are you like are you at that point where it's just you and the you and Rem?
Yeah, at this point is basically it was me and Rem, if I remember correctly. It's mainly me and him, and like and there was a period where we had two vocalists join 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 the group for a while, and and we rocked with them for like a couple albums, and then and that lasted for another few years.
Word.
Yeah.
Word. So okay. So and then so that lasted a couple years with the vocalist after this same moment of the virality with your battle with Dumb.
Yeah.
Word. So where did the what was the next, like what were the
What came
next
after?
battles that came after you and Dumb?
So the battle that came after that was 90M from Portland, Oregon. I don't know if you remember who that is.
I remember 90M. I
Yeah,
paid for
90M.
90M to fly out here to New York from Portland so he could battle Alizé.
That's right. Yeah. So it was 90M, and then after 90M was D-Lore, which in my opinion is, I feel like was my like best battle in the grind time era. Like I know the Dumb battle has this viral and novelty moment and stuff like that, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a legendary for his own purpose.
Mm-hmm.
But like if I'm being objective, like I feel like as a competitor, as a performer, and as a battler, I was like my performance wise, I was like I had it the most dialed in that D-Lore battle. You know, so after D-Lore, and then I battled this other cat named Diaz in Florida for Grizzlemania,
Mm-hmm.
and then after that was I remember then who was else? I think, and then after that was Low Pesci, and then or Bartone, like one or the other first.
Right. And this is like, by the way, like this is like I can agree. I would agree with what you said, right? I think that your 90M and D-Lore battles, right? Like the D-Lore battle more so, but like this is like me. I became a fan with the Dumb battle, right? Because I didn't know, right? So like just a FYI, right? So like on my end of things, I don't know about Skribbal Jam at the time, right? Like when you guys battle comes out, I don't know about Skribbal Jam. I don't know about WRCs. I don't know about any of that shit that's happening online. I was fucking baffled. I was like, what? There's an underground scene in Minnesota, in
Right.
Florida. They're rappers rapping in fucking Ohio that are not signed in the music industry. There's a battle rap scene in these places. I was baffled. I was also like high key
Offended.
offended
Right.
at everybody, right? But I was just like, this is bullshit. I've been in New York putting in work all this time.
Yeah.
All the things that were happening in grind time, I was like, but that was my thing. I was like, that was my thing. You know what I'm saying? I saw SoulCon versus Cortez, and I was wildly offended. I was like, who the fuck are these guys? I was like, who the fuck? I was like, yo, I've never seen these guys on West 4th. I've never seen these guys in Times Square. I didn't ever see them at fucking Fight Club. I guess I ended up just missing Cortez because he did do Fight Club. It's just
Right.
I didn't see, you know what I mean? And back then there's no footage to go to on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? It was whoever was there that day at that, you know what I'm saying, in that scene at that spot. You know, so like I definitely did look at all of it, right? But like I became a fan with your battle with Dumb, but like that's like a lightweight novelty thing, right? Like I became a fan really of that battle, right? Because like you guys kicked ass, dope battle, entertaining, all that shit. But then it was afterwards with like 90M, D-Lore, Diaz that it was like I was like, yo, Tantrum is nice, son. Like, yo, if he came to New York, he would fucking like you would do real well, and you would do well in a style clash, like you versus like Swave, or like you versus like money bags. Like these are like things that I had been thought like then like would be like fucking great battles. You know what I'm saying? That I was just like I could see these being battles that like were like you'd be surprised that like you'd think that like hey I'm going up against a fucking hometown favorite, like the crowd's gonna be theirs, and it's just like nah, like if you come and you show up and you're on 100, you know what I'm saying? Like look, Disaster versus Swave happened in fucking Brooklyn. You know what I mean? Like deep in the like depths of Brooklyn, where like there is no like it's like a part where like it's not. I don't even know if it counts as grimy. I've heard like people from the West Coast talk about that battle recently, and I'm like even Disaster describing it, he was like, there was a bridge. We were under a bridge. And I'm like, you weren't under a bridge. You were under a train. That's the elevated train in New York. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't a bridge.
It does
But like
kind of look like a long bridge.
It was really dark and grimy, that area. Like it was dark because there was like where New York is usually very well lit. This is an area where like the street lamps were few and far between, and then the ones that were around the venue just so happened to be kind of like one of them was like blacked out, and then the other one was like low lighted. You know what I mean? Like yellow light, like almost about to be like a dead bulb. And so like it had like a energy, and so like and again, right? Like Disaster spoke about it recently, and on the podcast with Lush, and was talking about like coming into the room, and like the energy was very anti him. Like there were definitely moments. I know for a fact, me personally, I had to tell people to chill out, chill the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like he's here under, like you're our guest. Like we're not gonna let you get your fucking. We're not gonna let you get jumped or like beat up or like you know what I'm saying. Any like that Disaster at the time, regardless of how much shit he was actually stirring up, right? But like you wouldn't even have that, right? But like he had that, and he went in there, and like with the energy that he brought, he still fucking flipped that room. You know what I mean? Because again, New York doesn't give a fuck. Like we don't care if you're from New York and the guy that you're battling is not from New York. If that day he's on 100 and you're on fucking 98, bro, I don't care if you're 2% off. We're gonna root for the guy not from New York. We're gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, or you're gonna feel worried because we're gonna be rooting for him so much. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that like you'd have that with like opponent like one of those guys. Like that's what I had thought from back then was like, yo, you'd probably do really fucking well in New York. Like, and the crowd would like probably really love you on some like, yo, you'd be surprised type shit. Like, because New York has this reputation that like I think it precedes us everywhere, right, with everything. But then even in battle rap, it precedes us. And there's this perception, right, of like, oh, New York is like, they'll boo you fast as fuck. And like, New York is like a rough crowd to like get. But it's like, nah, it's really just like, just bring your A game. Like you can't slack. That's all it is with the New York crowd. You know what I mean? And
that's fair.
I'm like, you've never slacked. You've never been a slacker in, like I could see the work that you put into this shit throughout all the years in the battle. You know what I'm saying? Like you could see like the preparation of today is not surprising, sir. You know what I'm saying?
No.
But he's not for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm pretty sure Holden's like baffled, but he also doesn't know you. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, I'm saying he's like, the only guy that came with notes like that. So that's
right.
I mean, even of all the interviews I ever did, I've done a whole bunch of those Flacko. I think I broke 200 recently, and over 200 people, first dude to bring notes. So
wait,
for
really?
me, that's dead ass. Yo, people, I tell
bro.
people. I'll send the links to people. I'll like,
with him,
like people don't watch the show.
I didn't have
people
no
don't pay attention. I'll be like, here's the
shit.
link. It's live all these times. Nobody watches it. Nobody pays attention. They come on the show. They'll have. I've had people watch that opening question and be like stumped by it.
still stuck by it. But it's like but I thought I could have sworn you seen the question. Like you said, you
You
saw.
said it.
Like
You told me you were
how much did
excited
you
for it,
actually see? You
and
know,
then like, or people like
Holden
agree
said
to the.
you told me you were excited. You took that one personal, Holden. I could tell.
It
You brought
was.
that motherfucker out your back pocket like motherfucker. That one guest
Or
that
like,
was like, "Yo, I'm looking
people will
forward to
agree to
this,"
do the
and was still
show
stunned
and
by.
then be surprised that it's long. I'm like, how?
Right. How long will this
How?
show go? I'm like, I sent you a link. Like, I'll send guys a link of like the latest interview, right? And then I'll send them a link of like a playlist with all of the interviews. And if like you
Like,
look at that playlist on your, I think I'm not sure if it's on your phone, but like on a tablet or a computer, like when you look at the videos, it's gonna tell you all the time stamps. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
Like
but
how
beyond
long the
that,
interviews are.
it's like, just click on a 1-2, take a look at it. You know, why are you going on
Click
this?
on the
Like,
one.
I don't expect anybody to like watch the whole thing, but at least look at how long they are. And you know, like, where is it gonna go? What's it gonna
You just
happen after?
look at Holden going off, yo. You just fucking
So
you just won Holden the fuck over today, Tantrum.
Nah, I was like, you have no. I'm
He's
gonna
like,
be.
yo,
I'm gonna
you're gonna
be
hold that
citing
when
this motherfucker. Like, Tantrum showed
when
up
he
with
thinks of
notes.
like best guess, you know,
He's like the
when somebody
dishwasher
else tries to
question,
call
and I'm like,
themselves like the best guess ever, he's gonna be like, and he's gonna be thinking about you in that moment. You know what I mean?
right.
did you
He's gonna be
bring
like,
notes? Did
best
you
guess
come
ever.
prepared?
Did you bring notes though? Because Tantrum on notes though.
I set a precedent, right? Like, damn, now you're gonna
Yeah.
be expecting this from everybody. But see, Holden, the way you feeling right now is exactly how I feel about when motherfuckers be watching battles and be like, yo, why is that dude yelling? It's like, what did you expect, bro? Like, people are gonna be insulting each other and like, you know, like making you reevaluate your life and shit like that. And like, we're gonna be bashing the fuck out of each other and like calling each other pieces of shit for 3 rounds. What the
Yeah,
fuck did you expect?
I'm not doing that in a low tone because
Exactly.
I'm a yeller too.
You
You know what I'm
expect me to do
saying?
that in my inside voice for
Yeah,
three
my
rounds?
inside voice. I'm not
Like, what
doing
the
that.
fuck? And but
You're
That's
not
because a
keeping
whole
calm.
bunch of people see daylight one time talk in a monotone, calm voice, and they're like, "That's special." I promise.
Daylight. Shouts to Daylight though. Daylight is special, and he also does the
yeah,
antics heavy, right? But
but
So
he
like
does it
good
everything
right.
though.
is fucking
So
He does it
does
good.
right.
everything.
And he's
Everything he
so
does is so
deliberate.
calculated and so
Yeah,
deliberate and
because he's so
so good.
innovative with it. You can't be mad at
Absolutely.
him with that because like
Nah.
there's things in battle rap where like you could critique this or that, and there's things that's undeniable. Things like
Undeniable.
things
Absolutely.
like Daylight's execution of his antics. Things like Disaster's energy and the way that he controls the crowd is undeniable. Like you have
Mm.
to
Bro,
witness it live to really see, right?
my wife does not really give a fuck like that about battle rap, right? Like she'll like there'll be like when the random occasion comes around that I'm like, yo, the bedroom TV that we're both watching is now we're now watching battle rap together. You know what I'm saying? She don't really give a fuck much about anybody, right? And like it's also not like I like drown her in the shit, right? Like a fucking dweeb, right? But like throughout the years, right? So like I'm thinking about like when Total Slaughter happened, we still had cable. We watched the series live as it aired. You know what I'm saying? And yo, she didn't react to nobody in that house except Daylight. When Daylight was hitting certain bars like Scooby Doo bars and fucking Zangief
Right.
bars and shit like this, my wife is just reacting. And I'm like, yo, you're a Daylight fan. That's crazy. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, that's wild dope though. But that goes to show you Daylight's reach, right? Like, to be able to be appreciated by somebody who doesn't give a fuck about battle rap, don't know anything about battle rap like that, right? But also to be able to be respected and appreciated by the most like the best rappers in battle rap. You know what I'm saying? Like the
Right.
best, like the strongest pens are gonna look at Daylight's performances also and be like, yo, did you catch X, Y, and Z? You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, like for him to have that
And then it's like,
range,
when you see that
is
though,
like
like as
incredible.
a,
So yeah, he's
because
an
like
alien.
when
Meaning.
when you like come across this stuff, right, and you see like a couple of people, I think a lot of people correlate battle rap to music. So like the more it sounds like songs they've heard, the more they're gonna be drawn to that kind of stuff. And arguably, super yelly rap is not the most popular rap out there once you leave like
I beg to
underground.
differ, sir. I grew up on Onyx.
Hey man, you came from New York, man. You better correct.
There's
You
nothing.
know,
I'm
you,
not.
Like
I'm
you
not
what?
saying
Like
that
what,
certain people
son? We
can't
love
yell,
yell rap.
but I'm
DMX was
saying
yell rap. Okay,
I like
Holden, and
DMX a lot. But
you're a
I'm not
huge
liking
DMX fan.
everybody
You
that's
got into
yelling.
rap
I
because of
like how
DMX.
X rapped, but like I'm saying, when you really bring it out to the bigger markets, like beyond the people who fuck with the genre,
And you were championing FN Mecca, the fucking what you call it, which is based on Takashi, who is fucking yelling his ass off. So
I
hold it
wasn't championing it.
you were
That's a
you were
stretch on what I
championing
said.
you were championing the idea of
I
AI
fuck
rap.
with I fuck with
Yeah,
technology.
yeah, technology. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at you behind it. I'm just saying
Yeah,
there's
6ix9ine did
clearly
yell rap.
several ways that you encouraged and enjoyed
It's
yell
not
rap,
about
sir.
me. I like music
So
people don't like. I have to remember that when I make music that
nah,
it's
but you got to also understand, right? It's like think about it, like yo, regardless of like where we think things are like that, right? There's still always room for that.
a big fact,
There's
but it's
because
just
there's
that like
always room for
where the
like there's always room at the top for one guy of everything. You know what I mean? There's usually nowadays there's room for way more than one. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
I'm sure.
But there's room for at least one. So like that's why Takashi, when he did come around, that rat fuck, you know, did benefit from like taking up a lane that like really hadn't been taken up until that point
Well,
for a
I wasn't
while.
even
You know what
like
I'm saying?
saying that it's a good or bad thing. I'm saying that when people approach it like that, they hit in the YouTube comments and shit. You have this group of people that really understand what's going on and appreciate the sport of it. And then you have a bunch of people that are coming off of like Tech Nine and shit because they saw Tech Nine did a battle or whatever. And now they're like battle rap fans. And then these people meet in the audio in the comment section, and it creates the arguments that lead to the comments and shit that piss you off. It's just
Right.
weirdly just the mixing of pop and actual appreciating, well, people who actually appreciate the culture. It's the same thing with like Black Thought. People who like Black Thought's rapping tend to be like people who understand hip hop. Not to say that he doesn't have a pop appeal, but like people who like put on his records are basically just the super deep hip hop heads. Whereas the pop crowd
You
would go listen to the Roots.
Nah, absolutely, absolutely. I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that. Absolutely. You know, um, and
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that that is combination of it. It's a combination of also like when you came right, like when you came in, like you were saying, the fandom at that time was ignorant. You know what I'm saying? Like so, like you got a lot of young cats that are completely unaware, and like what their experience with this culture is like fucking gay jokes, and you know what I mean, like
Man, it's so
all this
much of
all
it.
this all
Yo,
this like
one of those bars that Tantrum had that cracked me the fuck up, to be honest. It's like you're like, yo, racist jokes are so dated in 2014, and you just ended it with an F bomb. And I'm like, that's pretty incredible. That's an incredible fucking moment when you're looking at it now. But like, it's also the climate of the times, like, and it made sense because like, it's not like it's a bad thing. It was just truly amazing. But yeah, battle raps. I guess if what how like okay, so you run through a bunch of battles after that during the grind time era. But what happens after the grind time era?
So okay, after the grind time era, you remember when you remember what happened with grind time, right? How that shit ended and
right. Yeah,
yeah,
I
the
mean,
grind.
I was on the phone calls at the end, so a lot of
Right.
those phone calls
Yeah, you
where
yeah.
all the real drama stems from. I was on a couple of those phone calls. So yeah, I remember.
Yeah, you were one of the you were one of the generals, right? You were one of the people that were like you were like leading the East Coast scene.
I
So
call myself a capo. I was not the, you
Capo,
know what I
yeah.
mean?
I was
Right.
gonna call you that, like maybe yeah, or El Capitan or some shit like that. But
Word, I like that.
yeah. So that drama happened and Grind Time got killed, which eventually which essentially killed our scene. You know what I mean? The Fresh Coast scene, like that was so strong and thriving.
Yes.
Grind Time ended, like everything, or actually like I wouldn't even say it all ended all immediately because like there was a period where Grind Time was still alive but hobbling because the management was pretty
Right.
much non-existent, right? Because like this is
Yeah,
what
you guys had Lush pulled out, took
right,
the entire Fresh Coast with him, and the only thing that was worth of value left on the channel was us with Grind Time East Coast, and that was kind of like when we were hitting our stride, essentially, of
mm-hmm.
like our best events and like our scene almost being able to rival. Because I always famously say that like y'all had the crown in Grind Time first. You know what I mean? Like you guys' scene and division was probably the most heavily stacked with the best battles, the best battles, the best battlers, the best graphics. Like it was just head and shoulders above everybody else in the entire league. Period. Um, and then like when you guys were when Lush pulled out, left Grind Time, um, and Direct, I believe, also was still around, but was like about to leave. Um, we were kind of like the only thing left. That was when like Swave 7 versus Head Ice is happening, G Tech Volume 1 and shit. And like we're like carrying the entire thing on our back, but like it was like definitely as a fan of the Fresh Coast, I could tell you it was definitely dry, right? And like I was like, damn, I wanted that. We were only number one because you guys weren't there. It wasn't a
Right.
fair number one. You know what I'm saying? Like I wanted it to be a fight. You know what I'm saying? Like I wanted to earn that right. I wanted there to be a culmination in like right now, or like during Bad Boy versus Death Row days, right? Like
right,
it shouldn't have ended in death. It should have ended in like a real battle or
Right.
like a fucking fight that we get to see. You know what I'm saying?
right,
Like that's what it should have came to. And like Grind Time, like was heading to a place where it was like, yo, there was wild animosity. It was wild, it was just tension between the East and the
Right.
West. You know what I'm saying? And like it should have culminated in one big East versus West event that was like maybe like a 2 weekend event where like half of the event happens in New York and half of the event happens in Cali. You know what I'm saying? And like people get to see all the like battles with bad blood that they want to see, and maybe even fucking part twos to certain battles, you know.
Right.
But like that never got to happen, and we got the number one spot just out of default of you guys leaving. You know what I'm saying? Like we were headed
So
to that place where like we were going to be able to fight for the number one spot, but you guys were pulled out, and it was dry for like
right.
what? Like would you say like 2 years?
So that's
it
where
was
we're at.
probably
Yeah.
around yeah, it's probably around that area. Well, the thing is like there were still battles happening, even though they were
Right.
few and far between. But this was during the time where Absurd was running the West. I don't know if you remember that time, but like I always defined that as like people were pretty much treating him like the George W. Bush of grind time, and like they were just whatever problems that they saw in the battles, whatever they just blamed it on Absurd. You know what I mean? But the
Right.
reality of the situation is he's just somebody who, like George W. Bush, just came in at a really bad time, was handed the reins to a really shitty situation, and like he pretty much could only do all so much with what he was given, right? So
Right. I
so
remember that.
obviously the look of the footage, the quality of the footage looked nothing like what it used to when Avo was filming and editing everything.
Mm-hmm.
The events themselves, they weren't the promotion wasn't anything compared to what it used to be. The quality of the whatever the cards or whatever, like everything. And like there was a point where you know, all the big names that you usually see would headline the cards, like because there would be these the mainstays, right? Like the main people that you would headline a card to guarantee that this would be a big draw for people like the Thesauruses, Disasters, so on and so forth. There would be these like there would be like the top 10 whatever, like 10. You remember that period where people would kind of like be like there was like the same 10 or 15 people would always get booked to battle each other like all the time. It was like that. It was like the top people that usually headline the cards and bring the people in. At this time, they were kind of busy going overseas and getting the overseas back because Don't Flop was really, really killing it during this time. I don't know if you remember that, but Don't Flop over
they were
in UK, like they were having like the most
they were having
crowds.
really great events.
Their crowds over there, the way their crowds were popping over in Don't Flop at the time was very reminiscent of how our crowds in the West was popping. Like that's how popping their scene was. So like
absolutely,
like the big names were all getting their overseas back, and like no one is really holding it down for domestic soil. So like that was like when people like me in reverse kind of had to step up and like carry the West on our backs for a little while. But the thing is, like no one will ever like even tell you this because they don't remember it. You know what I'm saying? They'll only remember that the West was fucking, you know, this scene was like kind of dying at a certain point. But not for nothing. Like during this period, like it was down to like people like me to like headline these cards because like, you know, I didn't normally headline before, but now I was put in this position because like I was one of the few that was still around to hold it down for our domestic soil because like I was one of the only ones still around to do it.
You didn't want to abandon ship. You didn't want to just throw it away. You wanted to like keep on feeding the plant.
Right. So like that was when I battled only one in one of the so this is one of the events that Absurd threw. It was supposed to be Oakland riots. That's what the event was called, and it was supposed to take place in Oakland. But some shit happened where the venue pulled out literally at the last minute, to where Absurd had to find a new venue within 24 hours, because this happened literally the day before the battle. So what ended up happening is he ended up booking a venue in San Francisco. And, you know, I mean, people joke that this is now going to be called the San Francisco riots. And that's where the that's where the battle ended up happening. And it ended up just being this big old mess or whatever. But like, even with that being said, I mean, we kind of salvaged it to a point where it was kind of decently salvaged. I mean, like we had it was kind of a small, intimate crowd, but it was still decent for what it was, considering the situation, right? So yeah, so me and Only One, so the two headline battles were me versus Only One, and Reverse Live versus I think it was Dirt, but Dirt ended up not being able to make it for whatever reason. So that battle didn't even end up going down. So it was basically down to me versus Only One being the headline battle of the card, and so that went down, and like whatever, I guess that people enjoyed it, whatever. Like Awkwards like came out to me and said, "Yo, man, you're fucking good shit, man. This battle made the drive worth it for me." You know what I mean? So that was cool. You know what I mean? Him telling me that, and what else with that? Oh yeah, and also during this time, this was also when Me versus Illusion happened, the big infamous fucking friend battle, and yeah, we ended up fucking, you know, for people that are familiar with that battle, you know, that battle ended up being you know, a classic, I guess, because of the nature of it and the story behind it. Me and Illusion were like that's like my battle rap brother. You know what I'm saying? And like that was like the personal battle that, you know, got the notoriety because of it being so personal or whatever. And the thing about that battle is that you gotta look at it like this, like this was during the time when, like I said, the scene was fucking all but dead, right? So there's not a lot of resources to help like promote. especially if no, you know what? I fucking skipped a few details. I think so. Me versus Illusion happened when King of the Dot started when Lush started getting King of the Dot to kind of resurrect the Fresh Coast scene, right? Because like after the grind time shit was like dead or whatever, like it kind of just ended up being it's just dying off or whatever. But after a while, because you said Lush kind of pulled out for a while, but then Lush came back after a while, and then he kind of took advantage of his connection with King of the Dot to kind of you like have King of the Dot battles over here in the West. So like we would have battles here in California and put them up on King of the Dot's channel. So then the Fresh Coast was essentially resurrected by Lush coming here and like scooping the scene and then putting it on King of the Dot's channel. And so now the Fresh Coast scene was part of King of the Dot. And so when King of the Dot started booking battles here in California, so one of the events was me versus Illusion Z. So we ended up headlining that event, and that ended up popping off pretty cool. Like a lot of people fuck with that battle. You know what I'm saying? It was a pretty I don't know if you remember that battle, but a lot of people. I do. Yeah, it was a very brutal ass fucking battle.
Yeah.
But we did our thing. Me and him are still cool to this day. So people that still think that we ain't friends or whatever, trust me, man, we still friends. We were friends before the battle, during the battle. We still friends after the battle. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't nothing like we actually had any real beef or anything like that. Like I literally gave that guy a ride to the airport 2 days after the battle. So like, dude, but we're still cool guys. And
Nah, I believe it. I think that anybody who's not familiar with real friendship don't understand, or like also like the shit we do. You know what I mean? Like you're both battle rappers. You know what I'm saying? And like you guys being brothers and battle rappers, like this is what happens. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But like believe that if I can let some stranger call me all sorts of crazy shit, and at the end of the battle just give him that, then like no matter what, like I mean, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, that like nothing was said that was like that, you know, like irredeemable. And we can never speak again type shit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like I never looked at anything he said as like anything to like expose me or whatever, like because I knew everything was in the context of the battle, of a battle rap or whatever. So like, so I thought it was cool. I mean, like it was whatever, man. And like, I mean, Illusion said that he kind of felt away about some of the shit I said, but it was only like kind of like heat of the moment type of thing, right?
Right.
And but I think it was just also because I was like kind of I kind of took on that villain role for that battle. You know, I was like, I'm gonna go in here and just straight be the asshole. Like I'm gonna be the asshole friend and just be an asshole to this guy. And it kind of played out like pretty appropriately because like he ended up being like the guy that says, yo, you abandoned me during this time, and I can end up being the guy that's like, no, fuck you, you don't deserve to fucking live type shit. Like obviously I don't fucking feel like that in reality. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of fucking notoriety surrounding that battle because of that shit.
Yeah.
For the record, I ain't never abandoned fucking nobody. Anybody that's ever been real friends with me will fucking tell you like I'm true to my day ones and my real ones.
Yeah, I
like
believe that.
People that rock with me, like I'll rock with you. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't never abandoned any fucking fight. So whatever.
Yeah, we've been cool for years now. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, dog, man, people don't even know how far me and Dutch go back, bro. Like, dude, when I said people weren't with us shooting in the gym, like they wasn't around during the adventures of Super Spick. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know nothing about that, man. Before y'all come at me, that's literally the name of his mixtape. So don't come.
It really is.
I ain't about here.
Word. Disclaimer: that is the name of my.
And I believe it's on Spotify
album
right now.
Yeah, it's on Spotify.
Yeah, it's on Spotify. Yeah.
Y'all should go run that up.
Yo, I still remember that cover that you had, the album cover with you as a superhero. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I still have that somewhere in my
Yeah,
crib.
that's wild
But
stills.
Yeah, no, we've been homies for wild years now. I believe if I'm not mistaken, it's like we decade plus now. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like that's how many years it has been now. You know, I mean, look, it definitely is because Adventures of Super Spick. I just like that's why it's on Spotify now because it was its 10-year anniversary and I put it back out and I re-released it on
Right.
major streaming because it was only on Bandcamp and SoundCloud all those years. So and YouTube. So like I just didn't I didn't have it on major streaming. So like I was like, yo, 10-year anniversary, let me upload it and with like a bonus track. You know what I'm saying? But like that's 10 years. So like and I know that that wasn't like when that wasn't the beginning of our relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like
right, yeah,
we became friends before that. You know what I'm
right,
saying?
yeah, yeah,
So like so and never has there ever and I've gone through wild things. There's we never have gotten the benefit and privilege of like actually linking up in person, right?
Mm.
But there's other friends that I have had online for almost as long, right? Like or from back in those days that we didn't continue friendship and it wasn't because of my end, right? And guys that I knew from before that also similar, right? And it's just one of those things where like, yo, you can tell a sincere person, you know what I'm saying? So like I don't think that it's ever in question of like uh like you abandoning people and shit like that. You know, like I can testify. Like, yo, we've been friends for a while long, you know what I'm saying? While long. And like there's been people that have come and gone. Nestle's been in my house. You know what I'm saying? In this same spot that I'm in right now and on my roof, and Nestle's been here, and me and Nestle had a falling out, and it was like for like small shit, you know what I'm saying? Like not some
Right.
serious shit.
right,
And you and me
Fair.
have never had those type of problems. Like I think that like our particular type of like whatever it is that anybody would want to label it, I don't want to put any labels on it. You know what I mean?
I think
Of how you are and
our
how
whole
I
thing,
am.
right, our
I
whole
think
thing
that
is just,
it's good.
I, I think our whole thing is just like we're of the cloth of we could totally disagree with somebody and still be friends with them,
Right.
right? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's the, I mean, like the obviously barring like some like personal value type shit, like
Right.
unless you're the type that co-signs pedophilia, then I can't fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Like some shit like
Exactly.
that.
Right.
Exactly.
But yeah, back to the whole story, whatever. So yeah, I battled illusion, and I'm gonna just run through like the last year that I was active because this is just
Let's
goes
run it.
into that. So I battled illusion, and then killed it, and then I battled well yeah, and then Battle of the Zay had their first event in San Jose, which Dirtbag Dan was trying to book battles for his event, right? And so he was trying to find me an opponent to battle at this event, and like he was giving me some names here and there, and I was like, I don't know if I'm, you know what I mean, like because some of the some matchups when you get matchups, you're like, I ain't really fucking with it, stylistically it don't
Yeah.
make
It's
sense,
not
yada yada yada,
exciting.
so whatever,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
like and I remember like one of the names that he offered me was a Cadillac Ron, which is like which I wasn't like opposed to like battling him in general, but it's like I feel like at the time I feel like there were better stylistic matchups for both of us,
Right.
right? So like um which I'm gonna go more into that later, but and then so we went through a bunch of names until finally he just was like, yo, why don't we just battle each other? So I'm just like, shit, you know what? Fuck it, why not? You know what I'm saying? And like the thing is, at this point, Dirtbag Dan was probably my biggest opponent, or like the opponent that had the biggest, name at the time, because he was like for those that weren't aware of like, at least in the Bay scene or especially in San Jose, Dirtbag Dan was the fucking man, bro. Like
They're back
he
then is
was the
God
guy.
in San
He
Jose.
was the guy, bro.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like so not only that, but battling him in his hometown of San Jose, like that was gonna be a fucking, you know what I mean? That was gonna be a whole challenge. And like I know Dirtbag Dan like gives me a lot of credit for that, for battling him in his backyard. But anybody that's familiar with how my style works, like knows that like the way that I approach opponents is so specific and customized to who they are that it almost works to my benefit to battle you in your backyard, because like that means that everybody in the crowd is gonna know the
What I'm
deep
talking
material.
about.
When I'm gonna bring up this deep material about you, that's like gonna hit like, you know, that's more like obscure and like may not be something that people bring up all the time. The people in your crowd are gonna know what I'm talking about, because like it's more personal. And by personal, I don't really mean like shit that I don't mean I'm gonna bring up some shit from fourth grade or some shit like that, but more so just
Yeah.
relevant to the scene, right?
Relevant to
Just
who you are
yeah, relevant
and
to who you are, because like
how your character is in this battle shit and how you have carried yourself in this battle
exactly,
shit.
because like
Right.
it's like the difference between what you just said, like someone battling you, like targeting you on calling you like giving you Mexican jokes.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between that and going by like specifically saying, okay, what is specific about Dutch that I could attack that only Dutch does,
Exactly.
right? Shit like
Right.
that. So so that's how I approach a battle. So people that know that if I battle you in your hometown, that's why it almost works to my benefit, because I can count on the fact that when I bring up this little fucking detail, the way that your mannerisms or whatever, I know that people in
Mm-hmm.
the crowd will know what I'm talking about. So
Yeah.
I ended up having like a good debatable battle with him, like which is cool. And then after that, after him, Lush was trying to book a battle in L.A. And one of the names, yeah, the name that he offered me then was Cadillac Ron, and I was like, okay, this is cool, because the thing is, battling Cadillac Ron in San Jose is not the same as battling Cadillac Ron in L.A. Right? Because L.A. is where Cadillac Ron is from. And just like what I told you before, battling someone in their backyard, you know, is like a almost like to my benefit, and it just makes sense for me. Like even though like stylistically, like we clash, like because we take such different approaches, but
Mm-hmm.
the fact that you know I would get to battle him in his backyard, like changes that whole thing. Like it makes the matchup that much more appealing to me. You know what I mean? And plus that was the pretty much the biggest, you know, highest profile battler that they could offer me at the time anyway, which uh which is which is which is dope. You know what I'm saying, like they ended up like looking out for me in that regard. Which and yeah, anybody that's watched that battle ended up being another classic, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It was a dope
I remember
back and
that one.
forth. Like he took his different approach, I took my different approach, like, and we were both brutal in very like different ways. You know what I'm saying, like because
Mm-hmm.
Cadillac Ron had his own.
Cadillac Ron's always his style is all like you both had your own level of brutal. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah,
Your
because
own
like
type of brutal.
because given like our execution is very different, because he's very laid back and charismatic and
Mm-hmm.
funny. You know what I mean? Like because like it like rest in peace, by the way, to him, man, because
Rest in peace, Cali
there's just
Ron.
really I don't know many battlers that even like are as charismatic as Caddy, right? And so
Yeah.
it was and also knowing that
He came
he
to the middle of Brooklyn to battle Moneybags and said some fucking racist shit in the middle of Brooklyn and got away with
right,
it. Like
right. And so the thing is at that time at that time Caddy was he was going on a tear. Like he was just like Caddy he could go into he could go into the ring, say some self-deprecating shit, diss himself, and
mm-hmm.
still end up winning the crowd over and like winning the battle. You know what I'm saying? Like he was going on a tear. He
That's
was
how
just
he would
doing
win the
that.
battle. Like
Yeah,
where it's like it
and
doesn't
like
even matter about you. It's just like I just need me up here. You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
and
Like
he had that momentum going into our battle. So I felt like I was kind of the underdog going into that. You know what I mean? Just because of that, right? But I just found a way to kind of like try to use that momentum against him, and like my whole goal for that battle, it wasn't necessarily to just go in there and straight have a one-sided slaughtering or whatever. Like if I could just my attitude about it was like if I could, because the thing is like people looked at him as kind of like invincible because of he has that self-deprecating style, right? Because like you can't diss him better than he could diss himself, right? So he had that thing going for him, and So my whole thing was people like he's kind of like a god right now. But if I could make a god bleed, then I could like turn the tides, right? So what ended up happening was like for anybody that saw my third round in that battle, y'all know how it went down. Like so, like I said, like he was brutal in his own way because like he had these crazy ass like Asian jokes and like they were fucking brutal as hell. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't even front. Like I'll be the first to tell you that Asian jokes are corny as fuck, but this guy Caddy, his execution was fucking it was crazy, man. Like he was a very unique individual, and like to this day, I'll always give him credit for that. So like, but the thing is, like, no matter how brutal my opponents are against Asian people, I'm just gonna be brutal to you as a person individually. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could say all you want about Asian people, I'm gonna fucking tell you all the reasons why you're a fucking piece of shit human being. So that was my approach versus his approach. You know what I mean? So depending on what your preference was, people had their own preference of like who won what. I mean, you could have your little debates or whatever, but yeah, that battle's online, so that ended up being a classic. Shouts to Caddy. And then after that, I ended up being booked to go to Flip Top, which to anybody that is aware of like how the battle rap community, like how they viewed that, like that was a big look because
huge.
Flip Top is like everybody wanted to battle on Flip Top because that's like instant fucking 100K to a million views right there, right? Because like Flip Top gets millions of views on damn near all of their battles.
Every battle.
Well, more so the Tagalog battles, like the ones that are the battles that are in Tagalog, like they hit millions of views, but the English battles don't get as much, but they still get a lot of views. You know what I'm saying, so that's still like
I mean,
it
just
crossover.
I remember looking at the channel and being like, what the fuck? This is crazy. It's always crazy to me when I see like the fact that like, yo, there's like top tier American battle rappers with classic battles that have hit like, yo, 400,000 views, 500,000 views. And these are what we consider like some of the best battles in the culture, period. And then like you look at these leagues in other countries and it's like, yo, 9 million views. Like what?
Right. Yeah,
Like
exactly.
what? This is absurd.
Wow.
Like what's going on over here? Like what? This is crazy. So yeah, you going over to Flip Top was, definitely like oh shit, like this is a big thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a big thing, particularly because the people that get those kind of opportunities are not normally people like me. You know what I'm saying? People like so Bender and Lopeschi, like they got booked to go to Flip Top, and that's expected because their names are like big. You know what I'm saying? Whereas people like me weren't so much. You know what I'm saying? So like that was mostly the doing of Enigma because he was the one that kind of looked out for me in that regard because he personally picked me to be like because he was like, yo, yeah, I don't care, man. Like I think that you're dope and I feel like you belong on this card and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's thanks to him that was that happened in the first place. And even aside from all that, like not like that wasn't even the only way he looked out for me. I mean he looked out for all the other people that he booked too. Like just like him flying me out and or flying all of us out and giving us transportation to and from the airport and showing us around the city and fucking help with
How
like
long
getting
were
us
you in
fed.
town for?
We were there for like probably 4 to 5 days.
Ooh, nice. That's
We
way better than 3 days or 2 days, like
Yeah.
which is the usual, like 3 days is a max. Usually it's like a 2 day thing, really. It's like they fly you in the day before and they fly you out or like maybe day after, but like it's just considered like 2 nights, like 5 days is like nice. And it was in what city was it in?
Well, we stayed in Makati City,
Or
and I think that's where the battle went down to. Yeah, I would say Makati City, if I'm not
word
mistaken.
and
If not Makati City in Manila, but we stayed in Makati City.
word
But
and you got to see Makati and more though.
yeah,
Like
I
you
mean,
got to go to Manila.
Yeah, he took us to this. He took us to this mall that was like really big over
Mm-hmm.
there, called the mall of I forgot what the mall is called,
Mall of
man. It's a
something.
big ass
The
mall,
mall
man.
of the big ass shit.
Yeah,
Let
the
me tell
mall
you
of the big
something.
ass.
I fucking love the malls of the big ass shit.
Yeah,
In those, like the mall of the big ass, the malls of the big ass shit in fucking Thailand and Bangkok are like I was like, yo, I'm in love. I want to fucking like I want to visit like every other year. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like those malls be like fucking every like towers. You know what I'm saying? Like
right. And
wow
they
floors,
damn near they had I think they had an amusement park in there too.
crazy.
Like if I remember correctly, I think it's called the Mall of Asia. Like somebody could like correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, like that was a nice ass fucking place.
That's crazy. That's super.
Yeah,
Nah, go ahead.
he also took us to this one seafood spot. This one restaurant, right? That's like next to like a marketplace. And the thing is, you go to this marketplace, you pick out the fish or like whatever else seafood that's in the market, and then they'll make it for you in the restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like you get to pick out fresh what you want to eat, and then they'll make it for you in the restaurant. And yeah, that was dope. Like that was really fucking crazy. Um, and overall, like the event itself was really dope too. Like it was had a good turnout. Shouts to my guy Plasma, who's my opponent who I battled over there. Hella cool ass person, cool ass individual. Um, and then yeah, after the event, we just kicked it at the hotel the hotel that we were staying at, which is like it's kind of like um, it's not like a regular hotel you would think about like a Holiday Inn or something. It's more kind of like an Airbnb, I would say.
Word.
And yeah, we just kicked it there after, and like a whole bunch of us were just shooting the shit and just having fun the whole time, man. Definitely probably the best battle rap experience I ever had, and just like battle rap treatment. You know what I'm saying?
Word.
I
Nah,
could say
that's definitely got to be like crowning. Like I right. Like I'm not you, right? But like if it was me, I definitely put that above the views on the dumb battle, put that above like the everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you got to reach another country and experience it for real. You know, like
yeah,
not like a shitty battle rap vacation where you're going. You know what I mean? Like
right,
guys that are like, I'm going on vacation, I'm going to Cali. And it's like, bro, like you're fucking going to a hotel and like a 7-Eleven and like
right.
back to the hotel venue and like back to the hotel. Like you're not on vacation, buddy. Like that's not a vacation. That
And
sounds like an actual battle rap vacation. Like you got paid to do what you love
wait,
and
hold on. And let me clarify. Like it was more so I got reimbursed for my travel, or rather, like I didn't pay for my travel, but I didn't really get paid, but I just didn't have to pay for the trip. If you
right.
get what I mean.
But still,
But like
you
for someone like me, that's a very big deal because I've had to pay
that's a
for all my
payment though.
trips.
Because
Yeah, exactly.
that's a and that's not a cheap flight, I'm sure. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
Like so like it's not like they like gave you, you know, $400, you know?
Yeah.
Like I'm sure that it was a lot more expensive than,
Yeah, and plus,
you know,
in addition to that, the Filipino currency is definitely worth less than the U.S. currency, right? So like,
right,
Enigma had to come out of pocket extra for that. So like I said, like
right.
just not having to pay for travel is payment in itself, and just
Mm-hmm.
him, and not only that, but Enigma even like being our taxi, pretty much taking us to and from the airport,
Yeah,
rather than just being like, you know what I mean, go get your fucking cab and get the fuck out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah. Showing you the city
he
is
really
like
looked out for us like more than
Right.
what was necessary. So shouts to that guy, man. I'll forever be in his debt just for that.
Right.
yeah, nah, I think those are the like right, like I look at it like that's my super like responsibility with like whenever people come in the city. I'm like, nah, I gotta show you the town. You're gonna have a good time. You know what I'm saying? Like this is my like this is my culture. Welcome to my city. You know, like this is
Right.
I want to show you everything.
Right.
So like I could empathize with his, you know, way it would be. And I think that a lot of people are like that more so when like people are visiting from out of country. Like you
Facts.
want to take
Like make your place look
somebody.
good.
Yeah, well, not even make your place look good,
Or
like as
like
much as
give
like
off the best.
share like your culture with you know the visitor.
Right.
Like
Right.
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 Right. So after that, I booked another battle at World Domination for King of the Dot against Protege, who Protege is also from Flip Top,
Hmm.
and that battle ended up being actually not a good performance of mine just because of I ended up going there and just like there was this I ended up going through a whole lot of bullshit like throughout the trip, and I was just like hella sleep deprived by the time the battle happened, and just like we definitely don't have to go into that right now for this episode. I mean, maybe for a future episode if you guys want to
No,
have me on later,
it'd
but
be
like
cool.
we don't have to go through that right now. But like
You
basically
could do
like
it. You could
ended
do
up
a
not being
future one.
what was that?
We definitely want to have you back for a future one.
For sure, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. But yeah, it ended up not being like a good battle performance, like to my standards at least. So it was kind of a wasted opportunity in my mind because Protege was legitimately a dope ass battler, and I wish I could have done much better against him. But that's neither here nor there. So like that battle already, so that battle happened, and then like um that's when Lush brought up the A class for my next battle. Like he was trying to set up Battle of the Bay 6 at that time. And the thing is like because beforehand I was kind of reluctant, because I felt like at the time I felt like I think it would make more sense, or I think it would be better if me and A class both like got our buzz up even more before we battled each other. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
you know how it is, like they're gonna try to compare it to the dumb battle, right? Like
Right.
they're it's gonna have that comparison. So like I would like in my mind, I thought that there needed to be more time passed. Like I needed to like up my buzz more for it to make sense, But like after my fucking blunder at World Domination, I was like, fuck it, you know what? Like I kind of got to make up for this shit. You know what I mean? So I ended up taking a battle, yeah, and then so that battle went down, and then my goal for that battle was to make it a classic for a different reason than the dumb battle. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because we all know that dumb battle popped off because of the novelty shit, right? Like two Asians against each other. We're both spitting Asian bars against each other. But in 2013, that's not gonna hit the same. You know what I'm saying? Because by that time, everybody done already heard all the Asian bars already, right? Like even outside of like what Asians would say to each other. So um, I decided to take a different approach. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't gonna go the whole fucking I'm gonna use Asian 3 rounds of Asian bars on you and shit like that. I took a different approach. I just I did what I did against everybody else. I just broke them down. And then A class and then A class took the Asian approach. You know what I'm saying? So and then he had kind of like this more punchy style. You know. So like he kind of took his approach. I took my approach. It ended up being a style clash. So that battle also is gonna come down to people's personal preference. So yeah, that battle, in my opinion, ended up being a classic for a different reason, and
Right.
and that's pretty much the last battle of the last year that I was active.
That's fair, man. You did a whole lot with that. Like you really. That's a lot of years, and a lot of battles, and a lot of people, and yeah, because of
I
that.
mean, I definitely missed I definitely missed a whole bunch of battles. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like there were probably some that I forgot to mention, and
No, there
definitely,
was.
and even before they were in the era, there was a fucking bunch in the freestyle era that I didn't even fucking go over. But
Right.
yeah.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, still think you covered the more like highlighty ones, and then you pace that in a good way to like give the people what they want out the situation.
Yeah, yo. The audience has everybody's been like this has been a great show. You know what I'm
Nah, like,
saying? Like
How many are still
that.
around? Is there like 2 people now?
well, there's like 5 in total, I think, but we still have Neely here, we still have Pixie here, and It's been a lot, so I'm not mad at some
Those are
people.
real ones.
But like honestly, it was like riding 910 up until about 30 minutes ago, and then I was like, at a certain point,
Yeah,
I was
like
like,
nah,
fair
but
enough.
that's
At a
that's
certain
that's
length,
still
I
like
get it. I'm like, I'm not mad at people for being like, okay, I'm gonna go to bed now or something. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, nah,
honestly, we did go longer, way longer than I expected.
nah,
this
yeah,
is
but
up
this is
there for
good. You know what
length
I'm
for
saying?
like the,
Like
but like it's not bad. You
nah, it
have a
was a
lot of
great episode,
perspectives.
bro. This is a great episode. Yeah, facts.
But I
Drop
got one
that.
more like important question.
For
How
sure.
do you feel about Cyberpunk?
I love it.
It's a fantastic answer.
It's a really dope aesthetic. Like I don't know what it is about it, man. Like when I see it, I just think it's like a thing of art. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I love the aesthetic. I love how it looks. I like I don't know. It has a vibe to it.
It does have a vibe to it. Fair. I was just been staring at
Wait,
your picture the whole time. So I'm like,
Holden, did you ask that because you went on his socials and
bro, it's his background is from fucking Night
oh
City.
wait, oh okay, my
It's from
fault.
fucking
Word.
Cyberpunk 2070. I've been staring at that and I'm like, I just want to play.
Yo, you can tell that I do not know, right? Like I'm like, oh word, I didn't know. I thought that was just like a dope ass background and shit.
But yeah, this is just some shit that well, the thing is, like, I was speaking more in terms of like just the genre, like itself. You know what I'm saying?
The
Like,
genre is still lit
not
still.
only just the game, not only just the game, but just like the the vibe of it, the just the genre of cyberpunk. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the genre is super hard. I really
Yeah.
fucks with it heavy. But yeah.
Oh, and fucking what do you call it? There's an anime called based off the game that you're talking about, called Cyberpunk Edge Runners on Netflix. Y'all
I
gotta peep
just
it if y'all haven't
It's
peeped it. It's fucking
super
fire.
good. Super
I got
good.
it on my list. I still didn't get to it because I still didn't finish the Tekken series.
Okay, word. Well,
Not
I mean,
enough time in the day.
I haven't watched that many animes in my life, but I super fucking enjoyed the Edge Runner show.
yeah, same, definitely. But
Yo,
I really
yo,
appreciate you having me on your platform and
nah, bro.
giving me a voice, bro.
We appreciate you for like coming on and like taking the time to sit with us and like giving us this. You know what I'm saying? Like this is to me, I think that this is like super valuable and like I think that it it's gonna it's gonna matter to a lot of people at some point or another. You know what I'm
Let's,
saying?
yeah.
Because like we're documenting the story, the life stories of the people who created an industry. You know what I'm saying? Like that ass. And who like have survived in an industry and because it's all sorts of people, right? Like I mean, it, we interviewed people that like don't have nothing to do with battle rap, you know. But like at the same time, it's like all kind of interconnected from the era, right? Because these are all just you guys are all just my friends, you know, and it's all connected through through these years that I've been active and doing this shit, and really like at the end of the day, I think that these stories are going to resonate heavy in the like
But
later years, you know.
also, it's like you're adding to a perspective that is important because, like you said, a lot of people are disillusioned over how the industry actually works based off of how they perceive this era. So, the more people that talk about what actually happened in a candid way, because honestly, they don't have politics in the current market to consider, it does offer a different perspective. So it's
Yeah.
really
Yeah,
great. It's really appreciated to get that.
Well,
cool.
like even I even goes hand in hand with like what I said before with like how I appreciate you guys even giving me the platform to even say all that because like it's because you giving me this like because you say that me coming on here is me giving to you, but I feel like you're giving to me because like you're giving me this platform to be able to speak my truth and be able to tell you this side of the story because everybody else like or like normally what you hear from battlers like that other the diluted side, right? People, oh yeah, I'm getting paid this and this and this, but it's like really like you ain't hearing the people that are watching aren't hearing the other like the real other side of the story. So like you like basically like give you like a Marvel comparison. They're only seeing like the Avengers side of it. They're not seeing like the Marvel Netflix side of it. You feel me? Like
Right.
you ain't seeing what's really happening on the street level fucking shit side of things.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't seeing what happened. You ain't seeing how real it is when Daredevil's like getting bloodied up with the Punisher and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You just seeing Captain America with his shiny shield and Tony
Yeah.
Stark with his shiny suit.
You're only
You
getting
don't
the
know.
shiny shit.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know all the fucking street level shit that's happening.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nah,
And
but
it's thanks to you. It's thanks to you that people are getting to hear it now.
Yeah, I
Word.
appreciate
I
that.
mean, definitely I take pride in it. You know what I'm saying? I take pride in it, and I think that like we're doing fucking great work. Like I'm without like trying to like suck us off and shit, but like yo, this is shit that like it does. You know, like I said, I felt like I went to therapy, and I feel like it matters. You know what I'm saying? And everybody's story that I've heard matters. You know, like and these videos will be the documentation. You know, it's the like my story shit. You know, like my there's a I forget what the name of it is, but there's like a roaming traveling thing that you could just pop in a pod and like tell your life story and shit, and like they just document people's life stories across Earth right now. You know what I'm saying? That's how I look at this. You know, like we're documenting the stories of like people from like a whole industry that's like not really being covered like that, and it should be. Even when it's being covered like thoroughly in battle rap, right? It's all totally battle rap related, and it
Right.
should be more than that. Like we have stories outside of this, you know. Like the don't get it twisted. We'll get to the juicy stuff, but like let's talk about all the other shit before that, you know, and get our full story instead of like this small little window,
Yeah.
like this event and that, you know. So
Yeah.
yeah, nah. Thank you for coming on and like, bro, thank you for being a brother for so long. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being genuine. Thank you for the hard work that you put in as a MC. Thank you for all the performances. And thank you for this show. And thank you for the part two that you got to come back for.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
that I'm
Facts.
Thank you for the part two. Not coming back for.
that I'm essentially obligating you to now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Yeah.
Like probably
Also,
maybe like a couple of months or a year or to a year from now, we're gonna have that where are they now type episode shit.
Nah, we're gonna have the rest of the story. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Because there's
we only
still like we're gonna
stopped
pick
when you
up.
finished battle rap. There's still the rest of your life. I know you dropped an album in 2019. I listened to it, so
Right.
there's all
Yeah,
kinds of other
nah,
stuff to still
there's
talk
exactly,
about.
and now that gives us the opportunity on the next show for that pre-show to be all his music instead of
Facts.
the battles.
For
Mm.
sure.
And we continue the story.
I know you
In the
also had some bar
comments,
about 8 mixtapes or something by the time your 2012 or 13 project dropped. So I'm saying there's a whole lot of music we didn't really talk about.
You're
facts.
right. You're right.
Pixie said to tell him bye for me,
Yeah.
please. I'm out. Gotta hit the road. Much love to you all. Love you, Tantrum. That's from Pixie.
Much respect.
Nearly said was complimenting us, and
Yeah,
yeah,
so we bodied it. So thank you, Neely. We appreciate that.
thank you, Nearly.
Shouts
Yeah,
to my
nah,
guy Neil.
And yeah,
for real.
shout out everyone that
Thank
is
you,
watching
everybody
it
who
and
did
the
show.
future watchers, because y'all are in the
Mm-hmm.
future watching this. You matter too.
Yeah, like I just said.
Facts. Right, this is how it goes sometimes. And shout out the fucking end of the week people who we partner with to
Word.
make this all happen. You can follow them at eodub.com, eodob.com, and then get all their socials from there. You also make the effort to follow Tantrum. I'm going to make sure the links appear in the chat right here. They're already there. That's wonderful. And y'all can follow him at Tantrum on the mic, which is his handle and not his name. His name is Tantrum on the Instagrams and all the other stuffs. And on that note, everyone, I think that's basically everything. So, yeah, live long and prosper, everybody.
Thanks, y'all.
Peace.
Disrespect.